Me llamo Ramon Antonio Martinez, and I'm the director of the Race, Inequality, and Language in Education, or RILE program area here in the Stanford Graduate School of Education. And it's my sincere pleasure to welcome you all here to the 2025 RILE conference. Welcome to those of you here now. To those of you joining us remotely via Zoom, welcome. And to those of you who are on your way here still, we have a lot of name badges. I think some people are still going to trickle in today and tomorrow. Again, this is a two-day conference, hybrid conference. There'll be people joining remotely and in person. To begin, we'd like to acknowledge the land on which we stand and the people on whose land we stand. We recognize that Stanford sits on the unceded ancestral lands of the Muwekma Ohlone people. The Muwekma Ohlone tribe was and continues to live and honor the land on which we stand today. This land was and continues to be of great importance to the Ohlone people, consistent with our values of community and inclusion. And despite recent efforts at the federal level to constrain the words that we use on university campuses and the sentiments that we articulate, we continue to have a responsibility to acknowledge, honor, and make visible the university's relationship to Native peoples. And with that, we welcome you all to this year's conference. Thank you again for joining us. Our theme for this year's conference is Communities in Struggle, Reaffirming and Reimagining Commitments to Educational Justice. These are difficult times. Looking at your faces, I think I don't need to tell you that. Challenging times. As scholars who study race, inequality, and language in education, we find ourselves in a particularly challenging historical moment. While the topics that we study have long been politicized and weaponized, there's something about this current political and historical moment that feels distinctly and uniquely difficult and challenging to many of us. It's not only that the topics we study have been politicized and weaponized, but also that the people at the center of our research, people from racialized, linguistically minoritized, and multiply marginalized communities, are under direct and sometimes even violent attack. These are communities that some of us know well, in which some of us have lived and worked, from which some of us come from ourselves. By now, we've all seen the videos and images widely circulated of ICE raids. We've seen how racialized immigrants and citizens alike are being racially profiled in our cities, detained by mass agents in unmarked cars, denied due process, deported, separated from their families. We've seen the terror that this has wrought in the communities we care about. We're also seeing the active dismantling of as we speak, of the US Department of Education, including the virtual decimation of OELA, or the Office of English Language Acquisition. We witnessed the recent rescinding of Obama-era guidance that built on the legacy of Lau v. Nichols to help ensure access to equal educational opportunities for students who are classified as English learners. We've seen ongoing attacks on DEI programs and on ethnic studies, et cetera, revising histories around chattel slavery in the United States and histories of colonialism and colonization. The ways in particular in which the logic and infrastructure of the civil rights era have been cynically invoked, egregiously distorted, and violently repurposed by the Trump administration towards the active dismantling of the very aims and gains of the civil rights movement seem to call for renewed dialogue around past, present, and future struggles for educational justice. Educators and policymakers committed to educational justice face multiple challenges as we work to teach, advocate for, and stand in solidarity with students and families from marginalized communities. As we seek to engage in dialogue around these issues, we're reminded that the current challenges we face are not entirely unprecedented. We're reminded that this current moment is situated within longer histories of violence, oppression, and injustice. And we're reminded that there are also long histories of racialized communities struggling against this violence, oppression, and injustice. There are longer histories of racialized, linguistically minoritized, and multiply marginalized communities imagining beyond injustice, imagining better futures. So how are scholars, educators, and policymakers making sense of the current attacks on marginalized communities and related struggles for educational justice? What is unique about this current historical moment? How is it situated within longer histories of injustice and resistance? What role should researchers, educators, and policymakers play in this particular moment? How are those committed to educational justice reaffirming their commitments and imagining possibilities for more just educational futures? These are questions we want to talk with you all about. Over the next 2 days, we'll focus on how scholars, educators, and policymakers are making sense of, responding to, and imagining beyond this current political moment. And we've got a fantastic lineup for you both today and tomorrow. We're truly honored to have as our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Lacey Abrego from UCLA, who will deliver a lecture entitled Our Humanity Comes First, Supporting Immigrant Students and Their Families in Times of Crisis. Her keynote lecture will be right after lunch at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, so you'll want to stick around for that, please, if you can. We're also honored to have an amazing lineup of presenters, including some of our esteemed colleagues here in the GSE, including Dr. Jonathan Rosa, who we'll hear from first, Dr. Subini Anama, Amy Rochelle from San Francisco Unified School District will be here during her lunch break teaching today to Zoom in with us. We have an amazing RILE alumni panel featuring some of our distinguished RILE graduates, Dr. Brian Cabral, Dr. Catherine Roubaix, Dr. Jessica Stovall, and Dr. Casey Wong. And we have three brilliant RILE doctoral students, Alexandria Henry, Stefania Rodriguez Sanchez, and Jacqueline Rivera Orellana, who will be sharing their work with us later today. Finally, we've invited some of our amazing RILE doctoral students to take an active role in introducing today's speakers and tomorrow's speakers and moderating some of this weekend's discussions. So we hope you'll find their bios in the program, QR code out in the lobby. We hope you'll connect with them over the next 2 days and learn about the amazing and important work they're doing here and in the world beyond Stanford. And with that, I will turn it over to one of the amazing doctoral students I just mentioned, Alexandros Orfanides, who will introduce today's first speaker. Alexandros, here you are. Please join me in welcoming Alexandros.
It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jonathan Rosa. Jonathan Rosa is an associate professor in the Graduate School of Education, the Center for Comparative Studies in Race and Ethnicity, and by courtesy, departments of anthropology, linguistics, and comparative literature at Stanford. He also currently serves as director of Stanford's program in Chicano and Latino studies. His research examines how race and language are jointly defined, experienced, and transformed across distinctive historical, geopolitical, and institutional contexts. He collaborates with schools and communities to understand these phenomena and to challenge the forms of vulnerability to which they correspond. He is author of Looking Like a Language, Sounding Like a Race, Racial-Linguistic Ideologies and the Learning of Latinidad, and also co-editor of Language and Social Justice in Practice. In addition to various scholarly journals and volumes, his work has appeared in popular media outlets such as the New York Times, The Nation, NPR, and Univision. Dr. Rosa has served as president of the Association of Latino and Latinx Anthropologists, co-chair of the Task Force on Language and Social Justice of the American Anthropological Association's Societies for Linguistic Anthropology and Council for Human Rights, and co-director of Stanford's Center for Global Ethnography. In a few weeks, Dr. Rosa will be delivering the Lewis Henry Morgan Lecture at the University of Rochester, regarded by many as the most significant annual lecture in cultural anthropology. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jonathan Rosa.
Thank you, Alexandros, for the introduction. Thank you, Ramon, for your introductory comments as well. It's great to have the opportunity to be here with you all. In July 2025, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi issued a memorandum regarding implementation of Donald Trump's March 2025 executive order designating English as the official language of the U.S. for the first time in the nation's history. The memorandum asserts it is in America's best interest for the federal government to have one official language, English. Whereas persons designated with limited English proficiency were previously eligible for federal support through the Civil Rights Act of 1964, this executive order is informed by the premise that such policies could impede assimilation and strain resources. Therefore, the executive order advocates a coordinated effort to minimize non-essential multilingual services, redirect resources toward English language education and assimilation, and ensure compliance with legal obligations through targeted measures when necessary. These guidelines include recommendations for internal reviews of non-English services across federal agencies, suspension of public-facing materials related to persons with limited English proficiency, and the use of artificial intelligence and machine translation to produce cost-effective methods for bridging language barriers and reducing inefficiencies with the translation process. Related rationales were used to justify the layoffs of nearly every Department of Education staff member serving the nation's more than 5 million students designated as English learners at the beginning of Trump's second presidential term. The purported goal of these efforts is to enhance social and economic integration, offering all residents the opportunity to learn and embrace English as a means of achieving the American dream. Thus, the rescission of federal support for multilingual services for linguistically minoritized populations is justified through a discourse of equality of access to the American dream. That's inclusion through exclusion. The legal reasoning for this guidance points to the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment of the US Constitution. Whereas this presidential administration recognizes race and national origin as protected classes, it emphasizes that language-based classifications are not protected. Language ability is positioned as legitimate grounds for discrimination in contexts such as Social Security, Disability Benefits Administration, law enforcement, prisons, and civil service exams. This means that the provision of resources in languages other than English is not required in these spaces. Under the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Education, discrimination against persons with limited English proficiency was previously prohibited based on both intentional and disparate impact theories of discrimination. The new legal guidance stipulates that only intentional discrimination is prohibited, not disparate impact. It suggests a policy that treats people, either employees or students or patients and so forth, of a federal funding recipient with limited English proficiency differently does not facially discriminate based on national origin. Thus, people with limited English proficiency can experience discrimination, but the intent to discriminate based on race, color, or national origin must be present to violate Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. However, race, national origin, and language proficiency are constructed, ascribed, and experienced jointly. Therefore, the framing of language as a legitimate object of discrimination should be understood as a simultaneous legitimation of discrimination based on race and national origin. This fundamental interrelation of race and nationality is one of the key insights of research on racial-linguistic ideologies and a broader racial-linguistic perspective. By deferring to claims about the purported separateness of these phenomena and the normative typologies with which they're associated, we take for granted the boundedness of experiences and vulnerabilities. The stories we tell about race and language shape the ways in which we become accountable. The US official English executive order is connected to the rollout of a regime of militarized domestic policing of immigration that was foreshadowed by xenophobic political discourse in recent years. Leading up to the 2024 US presidential election, Trump honed his anti-immigrant messaging on the campaign trail, stating in February 2024,
explain to me how allowing millions of people from places unknown, from countries unknown, who don't speak languages. We have languages coming into our country. We have nobody that even speaks those languages. They're truly foreign languages. Nobody speaks them.
This statement succinctly combines stereotypes which frame populations, language varieties, and territories as fundamentally alien. By extension, these stereotypes position racially marked migration, characteristically associated with the global South, as fundamentally suspect, criminal, and punishable. Trump's campaign trail rhetoric informed executive orders, including the aforementioned assimilationist language policy, as part of the broader dismantling of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, the implementation of English language proficiency requirements for commercial drivers, and the ushering in of a widespread detention and deportation campaign, including efforts to revoke birthright citizenship. Executive proclamations were backed by an unprecedented congressional budget allotment of more than $175 billion in support of immigration enforcement, exceeding the entire annual military budget of every nation state in the world, with the exception of the US and China. This includes massive increases in allotments for the construction of border enforcement, detention facilities, and removal campaigns. This allocation provides immigration and customs enforcement a single agency of the Department of Homeland Security with more funding over 4 years than the combined budgets of the Federal Bureau of Investigations, Drug Enforcement Administration, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, US Marshal Service, and Bureau of Prisons. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is thus slated to receive more funding than any federal law enforcement agency in US history. This authoritarian populist anti-immigrant agenda has been widely regarded as a right-wing rejection of neoliberal multiculturalism associated with the Biden, Obama, and Clinton administrations. Such a framing suggests that the answer to Trump's attacks on racially minoritized populations is to reinvest in neoliberal multicultural affirmations of diversity, equity, and inclusion. However, the very institutions that Trump mobilizes to implement his policies were in fact supported and strengthened by neoliberal governance, which championed diversity while reproducing disparity. In the context of immigration discourse, this might take the form of neoliberal affirmations of the US as a nation of immigrants, as compared to right-wing invocations of migrant illegality, in conjunction with bipartisan support for militarized border control, detention, and deportation. The seemingly contradictory celebration of linguistic and broader social equality alongside the maintenance of hierarchy is a systematic characteristic of language, late capitalism, and neoliberal governance. These US-based discourses and political currents are linked to broader global patterns. Months after Trump's comments about the US-bound migration of millions of people from places unknown and truly foreign languages, a far-right party, Alternative for Germany, AfD, won a German state election for the first time since the 1930s. According to AfD co-leader Alice Weidel, quote, "Our school classes are being flooded with children and young people from foreign cultures who come from archaic backgrounds marked by Muslim beliefs. They are uneducated and all they speak is gibberish. Children no longer learn anything." Similar to Trump's statements, Weidel's racialized comments reference notions of foreignness and unintelligibility, while also invoking German Islamophobia and anxieties about educational reproduction of the nation. Interrelations among right-wing and authoritarian discourses and politics in the US and Germany reverberate globally, which might prompt yearning for the restoration of a liberal order rooted in affirmations of pluralism and equality as a defense against fascism. Yet, as we learn from vast literature spanning post-colonialism, racial liberalism, and racial apartheid, liberalism and fascism are intimately intertwined, such that affirmations of freedom, equality, and life often coincide with practices of dispossession, hierarchy, and disposability. Everyday actors reproduce and contest this entrenched discursive and political symbiosis in various ways. These include California educators who continue to defy efforts to prohibit race and ethnic studies through the creation of the Liberated Ethnic Studies Model Consortium. I worked with a new cohort of teacher candidates in the Stanford Teacher Education Program this summer. One of these teacher candidates was matched with a cooperating teacher with whom I have co-facilitated various race and ethnic studies collaborations, bringing together university students with high school students as co-learners. In our conversations, this teacher emphasized their commitment to building intergenerational community among educators and students through race and ethnic studies. Although race and ethnic studies is currently under attack, this teacher is still finding ways to realize their goal within and beyond courses and content formerly designated as racial or ethnic, such as teaching extensively about the Haitian Revolution in modern European history. They described infusing race and ethnic studies learning into their various courses in form and content through an emphasis on relational learning, community building, and social change. Meanwhile, large districts nearby, such as San Francisco Unified, considered suspending race and ethnic studies altogether before implementing an interim curriculum in response to allegations of discrimination. Attacks on race and ethnic studies in Northern California public education are connected to broader political repression statewide and nationally. In September 2025, the US Supreme Court ruled in a Los Angeles-based case that immigration and customs enforcement agents can detain and question individuals based on factors such as their perceived race or ethnicity, accented English or Spanish language use, presence at locations associated with unauthorized labor, and the type of labor in which they engage. The conservative majority argued that alleged racial profiling in this instance is, quote, reasonable, and that harm caused to citizens who are stopped and questioned is modest. This ruling authorizes terrifying immigration raids, abductions, detentions, deportations, and renditions that everyday people of various citizenship statuses experience as anything but modest. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor's dissent in this case states, the Fourth Amendment protects every individual's constitutional right to be free from arbitrary interference by law officers. She continues, after today, that may no longer be true for those who happen to look a certain way, speak a certain way, and appear to work a certain type of legitimate job that pays very little. In the same week as this decision, Sotomayor made several prominent media appearances in conjunction with the publication of her children's book, Just Shine, How to Be Your Best You. The book, available in English and Spanish, is based on the life of her mother, Celina, who was born in Puerto Rico and moved to the Bronx during World War II. In an interview on CBS Mornings, Sotomayor stated, I don't think whether I'm concerned matters. I think what matters is whether people are concerned. I'm a Supreme Court justice. I get to decide individual cases. I get to speak my mind about them. In the end, I don't change what exists. People change what they don't like, or they support what they do like. The power of change is in people. In Sotomayor's dissent and her media appearances, she emphasizes collective vulnerability, argues within existing legal frameworks while recognizing their limitations, and advocates and enacts accountability. Educators and community organizations with which I've been collaborating in Chicago are heeding Sotomayor's call by advocating for non-compliance with immigration and customs enforcement and border protection. This community with which I've been working in Humboldt Park in Chicago was in the national news in the summer of 2025 when a dozen Homeland Security vehicles appeared at the National Museum of Puerto Rican Arts and Culture. The federal agent's appearance prompted subsequent protest in this context steeped in histories of Puerto Rican, Mexican, and broader pan-Latino and interracial solidarity. The appearance of federal agents at the National Museum of Puerto Rican Arts and Culture in Humboldt Park in Chicago was connected to broader federal anti-immigrant attacks on the city. Shortly after signing an executive order renaming the Department of Defense to the Department of War, President Trump posted, Chicago is about to find out why it's called Department of War, and I love the smell of deportations in the morning on his social media platform, Truth Social. This discourse was accompanied by an AI-generated image depicting Trump as Lieutenant Colonel Bill Kilgore from the Vietnam War-based film Apocalypse Now, referencing Kilgore's famed quotation, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Community members felt the effects of this xenophobia. The principal of Dr. Pedro Albizu Campos High School, Puerto Rican High School, where I previously taught civics and which recently celebrated its 50th founding anniversary, characterized these anti-immigrant efforts as pressing challenges. She said, we've never been in a situation as a community where we're worried about immigration coming into our school, where I've got to create a safety plan for that. That's not something that, as a Chicago resident, has ever been at the forefront of my mind. You know, it's not something that I've had to struggle with, and to see my parents worried about sending their students to school isn't something that I've had to deal with. In light of these challenges, educators, school leaders, and organizers in Chicago and nationwide have formed networks to support students and families who are vulnerable to detention and deportation. These efforts include sharing Know Your Rights information, volunteering with rapid response teams, creating family preparedness plans, mapping community defense and care, and creating and supporting mutual aid networks. The alderperson of this community, an alum of Dr. Pedro Albizu Campos Puerto Rican High School, vowed that Chicago won't bow to fear. In the Chicago community, these efforts are rooted in decades of Puerto Rican, Mexican, African-American, and broader interracial political struggles. These are images of what those struggles look like etched across the community landscape. In response to this political repression, the National Museum of Puerto Rican Arts and Culture held a defiant press conference asserting its autonomy. It then hosted its 25th annual Barrio Arts Festival just a few days later, after it was threatened by federal agents. Shortly after, Humboldt Park held its annual Fiesta Boricua celebration, in which thousands of people gathered on Labor Day weekend. This was also an occasion to celebrate the opening of new small businesses, including restaurants, clothing stores, and an all-ages social club for playing dominoes. This community's ongoing engagement in intergenerational pedagogies redefines possibilities for socio-historical, spatial, ecological, epistemological, and ethical relations. This brings me to a few concluding points. As various communities navigate this moment, they offer tremendous political, ethical, and intellectual clarity. The goal is not simply to return to a previous status quo that contributed to the creation of this crisis, including bipartisan investment in perpetual war, criminalization, and wealth accumulation. Nor is it to shore up the purported fundamental integrity of our nation's institutions, including higher education, where we've witnessed a willingness to comply with what might have previously been acknowledged as obviously harmful policies. Organized pushback and resistance points to the need for transformation rather than recuperation. Intellectually, we must rethink investments in the self-evident legitimacy of scholarly research, as well as previous efforts to take on disinterested political stances and efforts to state claims to being unbiased or non-ideological. In this moment, those positions are no longer tenable. As many of us have long argued, all research is ideological. The question is whether one's ideologies are made into problems. The very project of RILE confronts this challenge by prompting reconsideration of the multidimensionality of each term in the acronym. What does it mean to think about race, inequality, language, and education as both pragmatic and existential, social scientific and humanistic, theoretical and empirical, conceptual and applied, archival and contemporary? We must refuse binaries among these approaches and phenomena. In some moments, it is crucial to understand how race, inequality, language, and education can be classified, quantified, and schematized in various ways. In others, refusing the separation of these concepts enables newfound insights into their interrelations and distinctive forms they take across contexts. This moment reveals that RILE is not just a happenstance amalgamation. As many of us have argued, the co-naturalization of race and language is fundamental to modern population management. This insight and the broader framework of which it is a part emerged from social scientific, humanistic, and applied research, as well as lived experience and community collaborations. Finally, as we navigate and bear witness in this moment, it becomes clear that the community we build together through our research is in many ways more important than individual research outputs and products. The question is not simply what we produce, but how, in the process of getting there, we become accountable to one another and to various communities. In line with these considerations, RILE is an important space in which to challenge conventional assumptions about how we do this work and to what ends. As Lee Patel reminds us in her discussion of pedagogies of resistance and survivance, quote, a significant challenge for educators and educational research is actually seeing the fugitive acts of learning and being able to differentiate those moments of unruly rupture from the seductive mollification of school-based achievement. Perhaps these next few days can serve as an opportunity to experiment with attunement to otherwise learning forged through survival that Patel urges us to honor. These knowledges teach us that exceptional moments of crisis, in fact, connect us to intergenerational struggles for educational opportunities, freedom, justice, and the creation of structures that sustain collective well-being. Thank you. I think we have a few minutes for questions.
Yes, we do. We have about, I think, until about like 9:55 for questions, and so I'll get the room a little bit warm with a question, and then we'll field some either from Zoom or from folks here. I'm going to read this one. Dr. Rosa, the way you frame the relationship between the neoliberal multicultural moment and fascism is a compelling one. And simultaneously, that moment, that previous one that's often romanticized, is or has been the ground on which a lot of liberatory and radical educational work has been imagined or fashioned. And so without romanticizing that previous status quo, right, how should educators, researchers, students, or folks in the field just like think about that tension, that symbiotic relationship as you describe it?
It's interesting to think about, for example, the efforts to ban race and ethnic studies right now, or what gets defined in any given moment as the plane of struggle. And when you make that plane of struggle into an object, you might miss the point. The struggle is the point. rather than what is positioned as the object in any given moment. So what we call race and ethnic studies right now, in a previous moment, that was framed as the compromise. Remember, the demand in the late 1960s was third world studies. The demand was a radical third world studies curriculum that was built in community and was built in the Vietnam War era and was intended to be community-based education that made universities and higher education free to the public and accountable to the public in a fundamentally different way. And that was co-opted by higher education and made into a compromise, which was then framed as race and ethnic studies. In this moment, we then receive race and ethnic studies, which is framed as radical, but in a previous moment, race and ethnic studies was regarded as centrist, as the liberal compromise. And so it's not the object. My point here is neither that race and ethnic studies is fundamentally centrist nor fundamentally radical. It's what we make of it in any given moment. It's the struggle that is built around it and waged through it that is the more important point. And so what I worry about in romanticizing a previous moment is you miss that the struggle was happening in that moment too. And when you think that the goal is to return to, say, a previous liberal presidential administration, then you paper over the struggle that was happening during that presidential administration. So when people invoke, a certain president's two terms between 2008 and 2016, the forms of violence that were meted out domestically and globally during those two terms of that presidential administration were horrific, whether it's deportation domestically or perpetual imperial war during the entirety of those two terms. And to not know that is so incredibly dangerous for us. So when I hear people invoke the desire to return to those years, it means they're not paying attention. And we owe it to one another to protect each other and to create systems that protect well-being in fundamentally different ways, rather than trying to return to something that in fact created the situation that we're in right now. So it's not to dismiss the sense that, or the effort to sort of protect what was built, certain sorts of certain struggles that were forged during those moments. I want to honor those struggles as well, but to romanticize the moment as an entire kind of political project, I think is in many ways to miss the point.
Thank you. I think would love to field a question either from the room or from folks on Zoom. If you've got a question, a burning, itching question, I'm happy to run over with the mic.
Hi, thank you so much for your talk and for this information. I've been really sitting with what's happening with ethnic studies, not only locally, but at the state level. But because we see it more locally in San Francisco, and educators are pushing back on the implementation that you noted earlier about taking it out of the curriculum, there's this balance of educators organizing to keep this work, but also the district and doing what systems do to remove it. So as I'm monitoring it, I'm wondering, what do we do about this idea that they're going to do an audit, really review the ethnic studies curriculum, and in the long term do what systems do, which is essentially attack our work or attack the work? And how can we prepare people for that?
I think what we have to remember is that ethnic studies, this requires engaging in multiple struggles simultaneously. On the one hand, we want to think about the important work that happens under the formally designated label of ethnic studies, of race and ethnic studies, a classroom that is designated as an ethnic studies or race and ethnic studies classroom. Really important work can happen in that space, and people have fought to create those spaces. At the same time, there are many classrooms that are not designated as race and ethnic studies classrooms, where people are doing profound work that is connected to the work. that happens in race and ethnic studies spaces. And there might also be classes that are designated as race and ethnic studies spaces where the work that's happening in those classrooms might not be especially profound. In fact, it might end up being quite normative or even assimilationist. And many of those, the effort is to turn many race and ethnic studies programs into nationalist programs, into programs that celebrate sort of an inclusion into that legitimate race and ethnic studies by celebrating, by subordinating it to a celebration of USianness, you know? And so I think what we have to do is to always remember that race and ethnic studies was never just about one sort of narrow vision. It's about a broader kind of, a broader set of struggles around what education is. And so I think multiple struggles simultaneously. It's not just what is happening in the formally designated race and ethnic studies classroom, although that struggle has to be waged, but it's always beyond that in every classroom. In what is happening in a science classroom, in a so-called world languages classroom, how is what's happening in world languages not ethnic studies work? How is what's happening in STEM not ethnic studies work? These knowledges are intertwined with one another. And I think part of what is at stake in ethnic studies is refusing to be siloed. And what happens often is that ethnic studies get siloed and made into this optional sort of this optional exercise where you take one class and then you complete the requirement. And it's something that, you know, you can check off as a box, rather than ethnic studies being something that asks us to reckon with what is at stake in education, freedom, what is at stake in sort of rethinking how we define our responsibility to one another through education and the role of education in a society, what kind of a society we're trying to sustain. That's what's at stake in ethnic studies, rather than just sort of creating a narrowly defined curriculum and reproducing that curriculum. And I worry that once we focus on that by itself, we might miss the point. Even if in some moments we might have to struggle for the curriculum. So we can engage in multiple struggles. Communities have taught us that they know how to engage in multiple struggles simultaneously. And I think we could learn from that. I think I might have to wrap it up for now.
I was going to say, Dan, thank you for your talk today, for kicking us off, and for entertaining a few of our questions. Fortunately, we're going to have to keep it to schedule. So I'm going to announce a 5-minute break where folks can stretch their legs, use the restroom, get seconds on some snacks or food, and we'll see you back here in about 5 or so. Thank you, Dr. Rosa.
It was a long 5 minutes, I think, right? Thank you, everybody, for coming back. Thanks to those of you online who are being patient. We're going to go ahead and reconvene and move on to our next item on the agenda. We're really thrilled to have a distinguished alumni panel, RILE alumni panel. And one of our current doctoral students in the RILE program, Alexandria Henry, is going to introduce the panel. And I believe Alexandria is online, ready for us now. So I'll turn it over to you, Alexandria, if you're there.
Hello, I'm unable to turn on my camera. So if the host of the meeting, oh, thanks, host. Okay. Hello. Oh, I see myself. Hey. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you all are. Oh, Dr. Wong, I love your shirt. My name is Alexandria Henry, she, her, and I'm a 3rd year in the RILE and CTE programs. And I feel so honored to introduce our panel today. I'm familiar with many of their work, so this is really exciting to feel part of this conversation. So I'm going to get us started and start off with the newly appointed Dr. Cabral. So this is Dr. Brian Cabral. And I actually know Dr. Cabral. He was a mentor of mine in one of the fellowship programs here. So this is really exciting. It feels full circle to introduce him today. So Brian is first and foremost from the Mexican Chicago barrio of La Villita, or Little Village, a former anti-carceral youth worker and a volunteer instructor at various public traditional and continuation schools, and a community-based educational ethnographer. He graduated from RILE last year in 2024, and is now laboring in Central Texas as an assistant professor of youth and community studies and cultural studies and education. Brian, oh my God, Brian is also a staunch WNBA fan and hopes the Phoenix Mercury can come out as champions this season. Go ahead, Brian. And next up, we have Casey Wong. Hello again, Casey. I will say I've only had a few interactions with Dr. Wong, and he stands on business. Casey stands on business. So it's really exciting to see you here today. Casey Philip Wong, PhD, is an assistant professor of social foundations of education in the Department of Educational Policy Studies at the Georgia State University College of Education and Human Development. Okay. His ethnographic and community engaged research studies how youth enduring colonization and mass incarceration are organizing through education to build community outside of the terms, logics, and structures of coloniality and carcerality. In addition to his own forthcoming book manuscript, Gathered by Heart, Love as Pedagogy for Collective Liberation, he co-edited the 2023 volume, Freedom Moves, Hip Hop Knowledges, Pedagogies and Futures, and is soon releasing a book with Django Paris and H. Sami Alim, Culturally Sustaining Pedagogies for Collective Futures. Wow. Next up, we have Jessica Stovall. Dr. Jessica Lee Stovall is an assistant professor of African American Studies at the University of Wisconsin-Madison and the director of the Soul Folk Collective. Thank you for being here today. Before beginning her doctoral studies in Stanford's RILE program in 2018, Jessica taught English and reading for 11 years in the Chicagoland area. We love a fellow teacher. It's really exciting to see where you're at coming after teaching. So thank you again for being here. And lastly, we have Catherine Ribe. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
It's rebuy, like you buy something and then you buy it again.
Oh, that's cute. You had that ready. Okay. Dr. Catherine Ribe is an assistant professor in the Department of Teacher Education at San Jose State University, where she is also affiliated with the Bilingüismo y Justicia and EDD and Educational Leadership programs. Dr. Ribe began her career as a chemistry teacher in public high schools in New Jersey and earned a PhD in science education at Stanford University. Through research and professional development, she explores how educators can work collectively to imagine justice-centered and linguistically sustaining approaches to science ed teaching and then navigate the practical challenges of enacting those ideas in their classrooms. Wow, we got a star-studded cast today. Thank you all so much for being here. And I will turn it on over to, I actually don't know how I'm doing the turning over. So I'm going to wait for those in charge to take over. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Alexandria, for that amazing introduction to our distinguished panelists. Thank you, Dr. Wong, Dr. Ribai, Dr. Stovall, and Dr. Cabral, in the order I see you here. So great to see you all. I'm excited. I know you all. Have either been on your committee or we've worked together in instructing courses here in the GSE. So it's really a treat for me to see. I know you probably are not looking at me. I'm looking at you. You're that way, I think, right? It really is a treat to see you all here today, and an honor to have you join us, because I think maybe this goes without saying, but I learned so much from each and every one of them while they were still students. And I often say that I learn more from students than I think I teach them, almost always, categorically, universally. And I learned so much from each of them. And so now that each of you is an established scholar in your own right, it's a nice kind of full circle moment. And I have to admit, with all the busyness that I probably don't know all that each one of you is up to. So I'm excited about our time together today. Excited to hear what you have going on and how you're thinking about yourselves, your role as researchers, as scholars during these challenging times, and what insights you have to share with us, and hopefully words of hope as we look forward. So I want to start by asking kind of a general question about what your current programs of research, respective programs of research are focused on to kind of get us started. And then I'll ask some more specific questions about the current political moment and how you're making sense of it. But for now, what I wanted to ask is, and we can go in sort of any order, and I don't know what order you see there on your end, but maybe we'll start. I'll start left to right, top to bottom kind of thing. So Dr. Wong, we'll start with you if that's okay. Can you tell us, each of you, tell us a little bit about what you're working on now since you've left Stanford? And I know it's different, you know, you have different kind of timelines. You weren't all here exactly at the same time, but some of you overlapped. What have you gone on to do in your respective institutions? We have Dr. Wong in Georgia, Dr. Ribay here in the Bay Area, Dr. Stolwa in Wisconsin, and Dr. Cabral in Texas. Tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing now, how you built on your time here and your experiences here in RILE, and how you've sort of transitioned into your roles as junior faculty in your respective institutions. What do you got going on? How are you thinking about it in relation to your time here in RILE? That kind of thing. Would you mind? Can we start off with you, Dr. Wong, if you don't mind?
Sure, I guess I could start us off. First off, I just want to give, so much gratitude to all the organizers that are here. And I know it's not easy to throw together something like this. And Dr. Martinez, Dr. Rosa, I saw up there. I wish I could come to the whole Dr. Rosa. I know I got the new book that's coming out. I'm super excited about. And honored to be here with, folks I deeply, deeply respect and look up to. Brian, get a chance to see you in other spaces, just with Stove also, Chicago back to back, 2 days in a row. That's cool. Jessica and Catherine getting a chance, and Alexandria too as well. I guess I'll just keep this short so we can have the conversation. But I guess I think about my broader agenda right now across 3 different areas. So one of those areas is around, say, like strength-based, asset-based pedagogies, culturally sustaining pedagogies. So that's the work that I think is really leaning towards what might be imagined as kind of like futures work, things that are like trying to keep our communities alive, thriving, and moving into a place where we can, build parallel institutions and the types of futures that we're trying to, look towards and forwards towards. And then I'm thinking about, in the realm of restorative and transformative justice. So I'm collaborating with a youth organization in particular, thinking about what it means to actually prepare and enact folks to do that work. Because I know we have Dr. Nguyen there over at Stanford now too. One of the difficulties that we often find, right, is that, we find these very gifted folks who are able to negotiate, conflict and try to do alternatives to punishment, all sorts of different types of things. But the preparation of folks who engage in that work is difficult. So trying to find a community-based, non-university, higher education-based, independently institutional structure to be able to prepare folks to engage in that respective type of work. So that's a second body of work. And then the other piece that I'm kind of working in right now is with another collective that I'm working through of how to get rid of youth prisons. So right now we're working with folks who were formerly incarcerated as youth and asking them what it means to actually gather knowledge and information that actually does get rid of youth prisons. So working with folks from like One Hood that's over in the context of the Northeast, doing great work, and then across the country as well. So I'll just keep it short as like my 3 kind of like research areas. And RILE was, huge, in terms of being able to develop that. I think that the professors, that y'all have, I've just been incredibly grateful because they set me on a place where I wasn't afraid to engage in these forms of, knowledge production and questioning and such.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wong. Dr. Ribay, if it's okay, would you mind kind of sharing a little bit about what you're up to these days?
Yeah, and echo the thanks for having me here. It's really exciting to be back and see faces that I know and love and meet new ones. So my role right now, a lot of it is teaching, which I really love. So I'm at San Jose State. I'm in the teacher education department. As part of my role, I'm teaching science methods to elementary teachers. I'm working with secondary student teachers, and I'm getting opportunities to do professional development. And so across all of those, I'm really thinking about, all right, so when we think about science, when we think about how we understand science and what it means, what does it look like to bring a justice-centered perspective to that when we're looking at 4- and 5-year-olds, when we're looking all the way through, and how do we help prepare teachers to do it in a way that really attends to the fact, when people say, okay, I get 20 minutes a week with science if I'm lucky, what do I even do? So starting to think about those very practical realities. as far as research, after spending pretty much the entirety of my time in my PhD telling people like Ramon, like Brian, like Jonathan, that I love what you're doing about language. I love learning about language. It's not my research area. I graduated and immediately started a research project focused around language. So I've been looking particularly at translanguaging and thinking about within the field of science, what are some of the particular challenges? What are the ways that focusing on translanguaging can reproduce some of the same ideas, of sort of reproducing the same ideas, but in a different language in terms of correctness and in terms of vocabulary? And what does it mean to think about bilingual science education, not just as science in another language, but as a distinct ontology, is the phrase that a colleague and I have been thinking about, as something that is really more than the sum of its parts when we combine language with science education and a justice-centered perspective. So that's what I've been up to in the past couple of years.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Ribai. Dr. Stovall, we'll turn it over to you. Tell us what you got going on these days.
Yes, and to echo, thank you so much for having me a part of this amazing panel. I love everyone here, and I really miss you, Ramon. We're due for a chat. So, thanks and good to see everybody. So I am in a Black Studies department, African American Studies department, more specifically, I should say, which has actually been such a breath of fresh air. Although, it also has its vulnerabilities in this particular moment, but some of the affordances is I'm able to really expand what I have been wanting to work on. So although my initial heart goal is to finish my first book project, which is tentatively called The Fire She Gave Us, Black Teachers and the Unfinished Work of Black Education. And really just kind of thinking more deeply about my dissertation work. I used a sliver of one study, but I did 6 total studies while I was a student at Stanford. So how am I going to write all this research into one body of work? So that includes archival work with the Black Teacher Archive, oral histories with teachers who taught during school integration, and contemporary work being in the Black Teacher Project, but also being in schools for first and second year Black teachers to look at the particular push-out factors and how anti-Blackness has manifested itself in a I shouldn't say post-COVID era, in a COVID era of schooling. But again, the nice thing about being in African American Studies is I'm now doing some Black geographies work, which I've always wanted to do and just kind of have the freedom to do so, even though it's not tied to because I'm not tied to an education school. So we have been doing oral histories of Black folks in Madison and thinking about how they're navigating space. And we have an interactive map on our website. We can actually hear the places that are Black affirming, kind of like a modern day Green Book. And so thinking about how do we reclaim space, particularly in this moment, and how do we share those resources with new people who are coming to Madison, especially in this particular political climate. And we're also donating these stories to the Wisconsin Historical Society, which has not typically accepted oral history collections. And so that one of their very few will be from a collection of Black folks is really amazing. And so that's been really great to be out in the community. It's also helped me just feel like I have a better sense of what the community needs because we're out there talking to folks. We're also doing street interviews with folks that are unhoused at the moment, and just been really good for me and my spirit. And then in the future, I'm also working on opening a Saturday Freedom School that would open in 2027, which is taking, as you can imagine, with the insurance policies and all the different people you have to work with and partnership with, but it looks like it really will happen. So there will be I'll be circling back to my excitement in education eventually, but at the moment, just really focusing on Black teachers and thinking about Black geographies. But good to see everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stovall. So exciting to hear about the work that each and every one of you is up to. Last but not least, Dr. Cabral, I recognize, is that the Sanchez building? I recognize that office. Okay. What are you up to, Dr. Cabral?
Yeah, in fact, this is your former office. I don't know if you know that. I'm kidding. No, it's not. I lied. I'm kidding. But thank you again. I want to echo what other folks are saying. I'm happy to be here. I was surprised that I got the invitation, but it is what it is. I'm happy to be here. Partly because I feel like I should be in the audience. So it's really an honor to be here with the co-panelists. And what are we supposed to, oh, our work, right? So and I say that because I just graduated last year and I'm only like 1 year out. So I'm just like, I'm still thinking about what the next project is going to look like, all that fun stuff that we're anticipated and expected to do. But also recognizing I didn't know this was going to be recorded. I don't know who's in Sarah's. So I'll try to be as measured as I'm possibly able to. So just wanting to name that out loud. But I am currently working on just writing. I mean, I'm on the 10-year track, so I'm expected to push out journal articles. That's what I'm working on. Thinking about my dissertation, really thinking about how do we misrecognize and or think about the relationship between schools and prisons differently. It used to be that it was a one axial relationship of the school to prison pipeline. We are not there anymore. It's the relationship of carcerality inside our educational and schooling systems is far more insidious and far more intimate than that. So that's what I'm up to. On the other end, they hired me on a title of youth and community studies. So that requires me, or I'm part of my sort of commitments necessitates that I'm outside in the community as well. So I'm part of the Austin, I don't know if I mentioned that, I'm in Austin, Texas, or what is known as Austin, Texas. And so I'm part of the Sanctuary Network, really tapping into being part of the rapid response teams right now that is sort of attentive to the ICE raids that are transpiring across many of the communities that are historically Black and Latino here in Austin. I'm also, very similar to Casey, there's a Finish the Five campaign here in Texas, where we're trying to close the 5 remaining youth prisons. So some of the work that I was up to when I was in RILE was like a beautiful segue into the work that I was able to tap into once I got to Texas. And so then just other things like the Palestinian youth movement and other kinds of collectives that I'm also tapped into as well that inform the kind of work and commitments I have on an intellectual and scholarly level. So I can't tell you what my book and other fun stuff is going to look like, but you can ask me in like 3-5 years or something. I don't know. But at least right now, I'm anchored in the commitments that I was able to nurture when I was at RIO and then was able to translate into as a faculty member now. So I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cabral. Thank you all. It's inspiring to hear about what all of you are up to. Really exciting to hear how you've moved on from this place to greener pastures, maybe. But you're doing important work in the world, and we're really honored and excited for you all and proud of the work that you're doing. This morning, Dr. Rosa, for those of you who were on at that time, joining us via Zoom, Dr. Rosa helped us kind of frame and think about the current historical moment in particular ways. We talked a little bit earlier about the current challenges, how while we recognize that they're not completely unprecedented, that there's something that feels distinctly and uniquely challenging and difficult about this moment. And so it's those sort of tensions around, well, this isn't unprecedented, and yet there's something that feels troubling. There's a layer, a dimension to what's happening that feels violent in ways that maybe weren't legible or visible to everyone, or wasn't as expansive, or didn't have as far a reach before. And without romanticizing previous eras, as well as Dr. Rosa cautioned us against. Well, what I'm wondering is how each of you, and we can go around again. We can try a different order this time, or you all can popcorn it or chime in as you wish. Rather than kind of prescribe the order. No popcorning. That's right. I'm not popcorning. No, I don't popcorn anymore. So let me see who wants to chime in first, and we'll just do it organically like that. Here's sort of the guiding question that I'd like you, or the prompt I'd like each of you to respond to in turn. So this year's theme is about historicizing, responding to, and imagining beyond the current attacks on educational justice. So from where each of you sits in your respective institutions, when you think about your research, your sort of practice, your teaching, your service, your advocacy, in your respective regions and institutions, how are you seeing this moment play out, the challenges of this moment? And then what feels most urgent about this moment to you, and what responses feel most appropriate or necessary to you, if that makes sense? So I'll turn it over to whoever would like to jump in first.
I guess I can dive in. I try to avoid the patriarchy thing and try to, keep that space open, but, I could take that up if we so please. I guess was it in this particular moment, again, to keep it conversational, I'll just bring up some things that have, I think, been present, which I imagine, especially down in Tejas, y'all experiencing similar type of things going on. the levels of repression, I think, of folks who are in any sort of prescription of like liberality, not even talking about leftism really in any sort of types of notion. But before that, there's that fear that's there. I wanted to name out some wins. Like it was just this month, right, that there were 61 protesters against Cop City that were charged with a RICO charge, which was one of the largest charges against protesters in the United States, and it was dropped, right? So that was a big win in Atlanta for folks across the country. And these cop cities have been popping up everywhere, these public defense centers. And something I want to illuminate as an issue that I see as a problem with different things that are causing this, fascist, imperialistic, fear that's here is I feel like there's not a lot of connections being made within and across communities. And we're not seeing the ways that, say, imperialism is connected to domestic, like fascist things that we're seeing. And an example of that is in Cop City, right? We can look at the fact that, they were protesting, they were making environmental justice movements and different things, but the movement was really repressed. And there was, a member who was assassinated there. At the time, they made a connection to something that was called the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange, in other words, GILEE. And GILEE is a institution that was built at Georgia State University, right, in Atlanta, after the initial Black Lives Matter protests, right? And they chose Georgia State strategically out of all these universities across the country to be able to create an exchange program with the Zionist state of Israel, right? And they started having exchanges. And the first police department to engage in this exchange was Ferguson, right? So they sent folks from Ferguson, funneled money, dark money through Georgia State for this particular exchange under the guise of, funny enough, diversity, right? To help and assist support diversity, quote unquote, in cop forces. But it was when Cop City protesters started protesting the connections to the genocide that was going on in Palestine that it was more aggressively taken out. And then once folks started getting protested, right, then you had the very facility, the institution that was doing bail funds and trying to do support and legal support services that was literally raided by the SWAT teams, right? The police forces that were in the context of Georgia, right? Again, I want us to see the connections, and that's the thing I see as a problem and issues as these different things are popping up. Because most recently, say at Georgia State, we were targeted with, like so many other universities across the country, visa holders, their visas were seized, right? And for whatever reason, at Georgia State, almost all the visa holders were Chinese nationals, right? But folks who were Chinese nationals weren't making the connection to Cop City, Black Lives Matter, Palestine. They weren't organizing and thinking about the connections to undocumented, Latinx communities that were more in the northeast side of Atlanta that were well organized to fight back against ICE, undocumentation, all these different types of things. They weren't talking to each other. And of course, we're talking about these as sociological issues, but I'm seeing these things as, of course, grounded in education, right? And youth. Because when we're thinking about, the work that we do, part of the work I'm doing that's based out of the Bay Area with that youth organization that I work with Youth United for Community Action is the ways that we don't often connect, say, what we might imagine as strength-based, asset-based pedagogies, culturally sustaining pedagogies, culturally revitalizing pedagogies to, and just critical pedagogies in general to the construction of the community organizing that we need. To think about learning is something that has to be social, it has to be collective, and that social and collectivity then lends itself to try to do transformational change in the world. But I see again this notions of fear holding people back from even wanting to gather, to engage in the work that will actually be able to take down the different structures that we're trying to see. And that repression keeps falling back, with the fear until somebody pushes back. Right. And I'll speak maybe a little bit later on how, I'm with other colleagues, I'm trying to organize, with the law school, with our Africana Studies Department, Women's and Gender Studies Department, kind of a popular front model that's trying to think about, ways to kind of push back. But I'll go ahead and leave it there for my colleagues because I'm also curious what y'all are seeing in your respective areas and vicinities.
Rather than interject and moderate, I'll want to kind of leave it open to four of you to be in dialogue with each other. So I'll mute myself for now, but please chime in, talk back to one another. Thank you, Dr. Wong.
Yeah, thanks for kicking us off. I'm still thinking about my answer, so thanks for helping me to kick that off. So I'm very much, Wisconsin is a very purple state. It tipped for Trump, but then we elected Wisconsin Supreme Court Justice Susan Crawford. So it's very much walking the line. And some, like other states that are in that position, we had a like a salary raise for all university systems that was tied to those university systems getting rid of DEI measures. So we've done the thing where we've renamed and reshuffled, but have still stated that we have a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion, as many places have done. I mean, as much as I do have some criticisms of DEI, as far as looking at its effectiveness, and but as much as I appreciate the raise, I would have rather have kept those institutions. And I think my sense is the faculty feels the same way. And I also am just really interested in ways, like really creative ways that folks are trying to attack things like ethnic studies. So, the things that we're dealing with right now is that under the guise of making it easier to transfer between the different University of Wisconsin schools, they want to have a standardized general ed requirement that has 6 categories, and each course requirement has to map onto those. So right now in the University of Wisconsin systems, every single one except the University of Parkside has a ethnic studies requirement. So you have to take at least one ethnic studies class before you graduate. But under this new guise, ethnic studies can no longer be a requirement, but they have a civics, I forget the name of it. It's civics and something else. Civics and democracy or something like that. That they have one requirement for that. But language courses count for that. And you can imagine that a lot of courses are not related to the plight and resistance practices of racially minoritized folks will also be under civics and democracy. There's so many courses that could go under that. So that is a possible backdoor way to get rid of ethnic studies and also just really weaken our programs, because some of our large lectures are very diverse, because we have folks from business and STEM classes that maybe never would have wandered into ethnic studies, and we do win some over. And I do think that some of those classes really have the potential to change hearts and minds. And I've seen it happen in my own African American Studies 101 class. So those are some ways that we are kind of under attack. But also, like Casey mentioned, I think that there are some really good local movements that are really supportive. So for example, I was kind of, I did not intentionally want to open a Black academic lab. Shout out to the Bad Lab and all the work that is happening there. But I did not mean to do that in this particular climate. And I was really like, oh, I'm going to get so much pushback. But knock on wood, I have not received hate mail yet. We have the College of Letters of Science has doubled down on their financial support and their visual support. I'm speaking with the Board of Trustees for an hour on what the SOPO Collective is doing. We've been on 2 broadcast news, podcasts, print news. I will walk into a space in Madison and somebody will be like, "You're in the SOPO Collective." Like it's wild. So I think it speaks to how much people are really wanting and needing this type of work now, and that people are walking the talk and still doing what is right and best in this moment. And so I have been really heartened. Another thing that has happened is we have, just like federal funding has been taking away any sort of identity focus under the Title VI laws. Also, our university is following those mandates. So you cannot get a major university award if you do stuff like I do. But like I said, my college has been shuffling money my way. So there's ways that people are still finding ways to fund me, even though like as an institution, they can't fund me like publicly. So I'm heartened by the fact that so far, again, anything can change, but so far I've had nothing but support on my own individual work. And so that at least gives me some hope in all of this madness of this climate.
Thank you, Dr. Stovall.
Yeah, I can share a little. So I'm here in the Bay Area, which, as anybody in the Bay Area knows, is, a weird paradox in terms of ideology. And so there are ways that I'm more protected than in other places. And there are ways that absolutely these same issues and conversations and pushbacks are coming up. For me, something that has been very heartening is having the support of the colleagues that I work with. With science ed, a big issue has been just like Jessica mentioned, federal funding. So historically, a lot of funding in science ed has come through federal channels, and that's, for the work I do, is basically just non-existent at this point and for the foreseeable future. I am in this work because of the work, not to get grants to put on my CV, but funding as a means to do the work. And so if one form of funding goes away, okay, how do I find other ways to do the work? And I have been really lucky to have colleagues who have a similar approach to being academics, where it is not in academia to get the accolades, but in order to do work that we believe matters and we believe needs to happen. And so finding ways to work together to do that. I also think it's important not to minimize the work, the pushbacks and the attacks that are happening around academic freedom and around what people are able to say in classrooms, and to also name that. And I caught like the very last 5 minutes of Dr. Rosa's talk, which made me wish I had logged in much earlier because those 5 minutes were fantastic. But recognizing that this also isn't new. This is the accumulation of decades of work to attack freedom. And so thinking about it's a marathon, not a sprint, to move the needle back. These are not like super put together ideas, but I think I've just been thinking a lot about what are we doing, not just today, not just tomorrow, but how are we preparing for the next decades? And what does that look like? And how are we, in some ways, setting groundwork back up for things that have been destroyed so that future generations have a place to build from, which I think is both very cynical and very hopeful somehow at the same time. Yeah, especially around the ideas of academic freedom, because I think even in an institution where, and in a state where on paper there is more support than in many, the reality is one recording, as we've seen, can change the course of someone's career. And so thinking about what that means for us as educators, and for me as someone who works very closely with K-12 educators, what does that mean for them as they think about those same questions and those same pressures within the K-12 system?
Yes, I'm gonna follow up on that. You all know situated in the context of Texas. Red was my favorite color before I came, and now I'm like, I gotta switch it up. Because all we see is red, like the sort of Republican conservative, like cadre is here, and it has been here for many years. And all we see is red. We see red tape. We see all kinds of ways that, I think, to echo Catherine's point, I don't know what free speech is in the context of being a tenure track faculty member. So many times I have been told, can you tame what you say differently? Can you just reword this a little bit, just slightly? You can still be who you are, but can you just package it a little bit differently so that you don't become a target? And then you got folks who are already putting us on lists, right? Because we are a public facing university, we have to put our CVs, we have to put our emails, all this other stuff needs to be public. So that is grounds for folks to just scourge through our public sort of facing personas, the work that we do. And then they repackage it and say, look at these leftists, look at these liberal sort of universities that have permeated and invaded our universities. These are the teachers that are teaching our children. And then it becomes this battle of, one, we have to be on the defensive and defend ourselves. And two, we don't have collective power in the ways that in a time past across universities and colleges that existed. And so now we're left with, we become the lone wolf sort of academic scholars who are community-oriented, community-based. and kind of left to fend for ourselves. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't build collectives and or collective power in other ways. And I'm hesitant to say what it is or how it is that we do that because, again, I'm talking to you from my office at UT Austin, and this is being recorded. But one thing I will say is I was thinking about what Ramon's sort of orientation to this question, right? He was talking, I think he used the word educational justice, and that's sort of on par with the RILE's theme. And I always am reminded from earlier on when I was in high school that when you take a position that is anchored in social justice, that is anchored in educational justice in particular, you're always going to have the world tilted against you. And so recognizing that, fundamentally, I know that we're fighting or we're showing up in ways that we're fighting losing battles. And that when I'm in faculty meetings and we start talking about like, well, we can protect our students, we can do this, we can do that. And I'm like, I think I'm lying. I don't think I can actually protect my students. I can't even protect myself here in the state of Texas. And so really just thinking about the ways that these attacks really permeate and have become so politically and personally anchored in getting rid of us and or telling us what you're doing is antithetical to the founding principles of the United States, which are premised on principles of genocide and captivity by way of slavery and all these kinds of death-making ways and strategies that the state deployed. But the ways that they have historicized the United States as an entity, as a nation state, is to say the life and liberty and pursuit of happiness. And so for me, that is so vividly present in the state of Texas, where any semblance of justice, even uttering the word justice, becomes you are part of the opposition. You are not aligned with our sort of state principles that demarcate the ways that we exist as part of because they think they're the center of the universe in Texas. And, I'll be careful by saying that out loud and to suggest, right? I know that they're right in the middle of the nation state territory, but that doesn't mean that they're the center of the universe. But Texans, I think a lot of the political and institutional actors across are certainly positioning themselves as such. And so I'll say one last thing, and then I kind of want to potentially move forward into other questions. But the ways that fascism is playing out in the universities, I mean, I'm in the flagship university, so what that means is that there are some protective measures, but my colleagues in other Texas state universities, they're being fired while having tenure, while having purportedly we're supposed to just sit down and do our work, get tenure, and then you can start saying the things that you're supposed to be, or that you can do that are aligned with justice conditions. But my colleagues over there are getting fired, they're being forced to resign. In the College of Ed, where I'm currently situated, the slow fascist takeover is happening, where we're not having national searches for leadership. We're just appointing people, right? Because our governor gets to make these decisions and say, like, I want these people to be at the helm of supporting what it is we teach, how we govern, how we do all these things that make the university function. But what's happening is we're having millions of dollars donations to build our relationship with the Department of War, with the Department of Defense. So we have to also be recognize that these attacks, the ways that they play out are fundamentally, mostly to cement these existing relationships to build the surveillance state and continually build it and kind of have it just be the lay of the land. So I'll leave it there. And I do want to say that people call me a pessimist because I share or I say these things. And I'm like, I just like confronting the nightmares. I know we engage in freedom dreamings, and I do that with the folks who I'm in community with. But we also have to be realistic about the refashion modes of this current moment that we have seen before. I also wasn't in Dr. Rosa's call, so if I'm, using a talking point, I apologize. But I think that we are in this current sort of specificity and uniqueness of this moment that we've seen before, but that is also fundamentally different. And the strategies that we say have worked before, I don't know that they'll work right now. But again, I digress. So maybe we can move on to the next question.
Well, thank you so much. That's a great, I think, segue maybe to what I'm curious about. So each of you has given us a sense of some of the challenges that you're up against in your respective institutions and how the challenges nationwide are kind of playing out at the regional, local levels where you are. Dr. Cabral, you talked about being in community with others. I want to maybe ask each of you to sit with this tension for a while. The both what feels maybe to some of us like the uniqueness of this moment, but at the same time the realization that there are these longer histories that we always need to remember, and that this isn't necessarily unprecedented in various ways, and that there are histories both of these kinds of challenges that we're facing now, but also histories of resistance, histories of struggle. So with that in mind, I guess I wondered if each of you might say a little bit about how you're resisting, reacting to, responding to the challenges that you face in your respective institutions. How are you doing that in community with others? So I guess it's sort of a two-part question. In what ways do you conceptualize the resistance, right? The response that you're engaged in at your respective institutions? In what ways do you see that as part of these longer histories? Like in what longer histories of struggle are your current efforts grounded? And then with whom are you currently in community, in struggle? Like how are you engaging in solidarity with others, organizing with others, collaborating with others? So what histories are you in conversation with and grounded in as you resist and struggle in your current institutions? And then with whom currently are you collaborating, building, organizing, resisting? If that makes sense, it's sort of like a two-part question, or feel free to respond to either part of that. And whoever wants to kick us off. That's also a slightly revised version of the question that I think you were sent. So sorry, but that's just in response to what I hear you all saying.
We're gonna do the teacher thing and have some wait time, I think.
I can jump in and pick up on some of what Brian was saying that I think is really important and really powerful, and something I've been thinking a lot about is, especially I think maybe over the last 20 years, there's very much been a movement in terms of publicity. What is being said publicly? What do people of taking the resistance, and what is being said? What are, in some ways, I know Jessica mentioned critiques of the ways that DEI has been implemented, which can include, right, just sort of essentially painting a front. And I think that tearing that down points out also the importance of, right, not just having false fronts, but what are we really building and doing in our day-to-day interactions with other people in ways that might not be publicized, that might not be on websites, that might not be in scholarly articles. And I look back to past liberation movements that, like when we think about the civil rights movement, we think a lot about the late 60s, but that part in the late 60s came out of decades of, things like freedom schools, ways that ideas were passed around person to person and quite honestly kept alive when they were being attacked from all sides. Like in people's kitchens, on people's porches. And I think a lot about needing to shift from what I care about is what other people perceive me as, and do they perceive me as and see that I am doing this work that is currently publicly celebrated, which is maybe, where we were 10 years ago, to regardless of what that perception is, what is my interaction with the people around me? What is my interaction and what am I building with those people? And so it might not, I think I'm probably doing work that's never going to make it into an academic journal. And I think that matters anyway. And not even like because it's going to get rejected, but where I say, actually, no, this is something that right now needs to be here, and maybe someday it will. But right now it needs to be just happening, and I can pick it up later. And then there are other things that I do think absolutely need to be written about. So to be clear, I'm not saying don't write anything, stop talking about anything, but recognizing it's not the whole story and it's not the whole fight. And I also think a lot about joy in the midst of challenging times. And I think that as much as, like I said, I'm very cynical, I think things are bad. I think they're going to get worse. I think they're probably going to get a lot worse before they get any better. And like something I come back to a lot is my son is 5 years old. This is his childhood. And so as much as I, look at education and I am scared about what is able to be said in schools and things that students are being taught that come out of these, things like Prager University that are deeply, deeply conservative and have a very specific perspective on education being brought into schools across the country. I think we can't give up and we can't stop finding joy in the moment and finding places to celebrate and recognizing that, you know what, for these kids in these schools right now, this is their childhood. This is what they've got. So what do we do in the moment while building, like I said, for the next decades?
Yeah, and I'm gonna follow up so that I'm not always talking last. Simply because I'm hung up on the word resist because I feel like on one end, I feel like I'm resisting, but really when you zoom out a little bit, I'm like, shit, I mean, I'm just like following things in order that have been laid out for us in terms of this is the only options that you have to do. But I think one of the biggest things is I got a conglomerate of lawyers that I have on deck. I joined a sort of union, all these kinds of things. Because look, I didn't do the thing when I was at Stanford where I had to befriend all the lawyers over there. I should have done a little bit more of that. But I'm doing it now because the reality is that when the work that we're doing, particularly when you're on the side of educational justice, when the university turns against you, it's like you gotta have somebody and something to hold you. And so part of the other ways that I feel like I'm resisting is that I'm building and carving out spaces outside and external to the university, building with communities, building and being a community member. And that doesn't just mean that I show up and they're like, oh, Dr. Cabral is here. No, it's like, I'm gonna go pick up the chairs, figure out what it is that is needed. You need a ride, you need groceries, all these kinds of things. Because again, when the university is against you or when they come against you, it's like, I gotta have somebody to hold me. And all my people are in the Bay Area, they're in Chicago, they're not necessarily here in Texas yet, but that's what I'm working toward. And I think that's part of the resistance of I'm still showing up at the university, carceral as it is, punitive as it is, and I'm still showing up because of the students, right? So if I'm able to carve out some space while I'm in the university context for our students, cool. Then I'm doing the kind of resistance work that I feel like I have been compelled and been trained to do. Because that's the other thing. I got really lucky and had really good mentors along the way, femtors especially, who have literally embodied the ways that I can resist. And now I don't necessarily have to imagine what it could look like. I know it's been done before from folks, and they're continually doing that right now as full professors or as associate professors. So for me, it's really just building collectives and communities. I'm oriented to various abolitionist collectives and commitments too. That is sort of my moral guide. And so that is, I think, part of the ways that I do, like, I always think about it like pottery. I don't really do pottery, but you know how you have to mold it in a particular way, you fuck up all the time. And then you got to do some carvings and all these things to make it look cute. And so part of me is it's that you try, you fail, you try again, you try better, and you fail better. So I think that's part of the resistance of showing up, having constant presence, but also having somebody to hold you time and time again. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you for that, Brian. And I think to build off of that, my first semester was the semester where the encampments in the support of Palestine popped up across the United States and university campuses. And it felt like I immediately had to confront, like, who am I and what do I actually stand for? And, you know, I do come from a department that is not politically active or give comments and things like that. And so I asked, like, if I participate, do I have any sort of protections? And the official stance was, no, you wouldn't. You'd be on your own. But all these senior scholars sent me emails or text messages saying, but here's my number. If you need somebody to bail you out of jail, I'll be the first one there. Right. So again, there's all these subversive ways that official positioning and the ways that people actually orient themselves might be different. And then I also had to confront like ideas of, am I willing to get arrested? Or is it enough for me to witness? For me, it was most important for me to do work in the kitchen. So we did community meals, home cooked meals for anybody, literally everyone from all over came and we shared meals together. It was actually one of the most powerful experiences I've had. But when the encampment actually came under attack and police were called, I was actually at the gym running on a treadmill and I got like the alert on my thing. And I literally just stopped the treadmill and went to campus sweaty. And I recorded and I witnessed and I gave testimony and I didn't run down and put my arms around folks that were being attacked. But I also like have really used that as a sense of my moral compass about my role in witnessing and writing and thinking and pushing myself, especially if I can't always be the person that has the bravery that some folks do to be able to do that sort of work. I do feel like there are ways that I'm trying to tap into some of that legacy. And that's also through my writing and through my research. And I think through the work that I'm doing with my students, I'm working with 11 amazing Black graduate and undergraduate work. And our continuous phrase is, but does this free us? Like when we're arguing about something or debating, somebody always will stop and be like, but does this free us? And we actually stop and we think about it and think about like who we are saying we're going to be. We were asked to do some organizing work for a racial justice summit recently. We had no capacity. But then somebody was like, but this is what we say we're about. The community has asked us to run this organizing workshop. We say we're about it. And so we did this to our workshop. And I was so glad that we did because it is standing on what we say that we're for. So I would say as a newish professor, I feel like I was immediately confronted with some of these decisions. But I think about, yeah, again, some of those resistant practices, although they have changed. Um, Showing up and being witness, giving testimony, elevating those ideas, and then working in community to share those publicly and be in and of the community have been ways that I have really tried to embrace this moment. Now, I do hope that I, gain bravery as it goes on, because like Catherine said, I think that this is just perhaps the tip of what is coming up next. But I think that I'm learning the strategies and I'm getting emboldened by my students who are doing this work. And I hope in the future I'll be right next to them when things go down.
I'm also happy I got to go last this time. That was cool. Got a chance to take y'all in. That was dope. Yeah, and offline was that I got to connect with you, Dr. Stovall, about the Black Studies work you've been doing. And Dr. Cabral, I'm going to get into a minute. We got to go offline too about the lawyer type of stuff. And Dr. Reba, I think teacher prep programs have been fascinating spaces as like folks have been kind of doing this. So I'd be curious about that too. But something that I'm like immediately thinking about, I made that reference point to those Chinese nationals who had their visas revoked. I think something I'll put forward here, which is something that, maybe is a thing we need to do now. And I think folks who just happen to go into work, it's more rare than not, but faculty are not organizers. And that is a problem. And what I say when I mean that is like, I happen to, just because of my life, just come into that work before I entered into doing, other work. It was just happenstance. It was nothing that had anything to do with, what I was doing. And my initial organizing work was with the Arab Resource and Organizing Center and Students for Justice in Palestine, which I'll also get into in a minute, which was the first branch of the Students for Justice in Palestine in the country that was working out of like, Berkeley during the time period where people didn't know what Palestine was. But what happened when those Chinese nationals, went down is that all those folks that just in isolation, just like went into their own silos, went into their own different departments. But in a sort of preemptive move that we were trying to do is like I got just a handful of some other folks that I knew, and I figured out, especially with grad students, right, is like the thing that's stopping folks from stepping up and saying something about someone getting their visas revoked or something should happen is just pure fear. And one of the things to, Dr. Cabral's point, right, that we're doing that, I was like, I had been collaborating with a lawyer. She was the head of the Southeast Division's working against injustice in schooling division stuff. Jadine Johnson doing great work. She just recently left with the Trump kind of administrative type of things that were going down, whatever. But I'd been connected with the law school. So I was like, you know what? I got this connection over in the law school. I'm going to hit up Jadine Johnson. And I also knew the National Lawyers Guild, which is something that you should know is in every single law school across the country, the NLGs, and it's where the grad students who are lawyers organize, right? And I organized with a dude who's now a public defender down in Clayton County that was doing different types of work. But I was like, how can I get a group of attorneys and lawyers that are subversively working things, right, collectively, and then put them in a conversation with folks who are in social sciences, humanities, don't imagine, that they could have defense. And this is, and to Dr. Cabral's point, this ain't an answer. They still gonna take us probably when we don't get a lawyer, but at least we'll fight back at the same exact time, and it alleviates some of the fear, which is the real organizing tactic. You need to alleviate a little bit of the fear that you can get some power and you can do certain things like that. But I connected through Jadine Johnson. She put me in touch with, which I didn't even know at that time period, was one of the most prominent centers doing pro bono work across the state of Georgia that was based out of Georgia State's law school. So what we did is we created a anonymous network where if you have things that go down, you let us different folks know who are a part of this network that now goes across the College of Education, the law school, and trying to build out in Africana Studies, Women's and Gender Studies, the Geography Department, and other places across the thing. If something goes down, you let us know. We put a tab into the pro bono under the table that's not even registered with Georgia State, and we connect you with pro bono services. And it's been a little bit, chunky and rough a little bit to start, but it has been connecting folks to different types of services that are there, right? And something that it's immediately done again is it's alleviated some of the fear, right, that's happening, and making it so folks feel like they could stand up. Because if you don't feel like you could stand up, then this whole thing is just over. It's just, it's a wrap. It's just, you're not gonna be able to do much about it. And I also want to say this from the vantage point that, when we talk about resistance, sometimes it ends up in this neoliberal flattening. I know Dr. Rosa talks about this type of thing as well, where I'm like, I'm racialized as an Asian dude. And I know that means a different set of things and circumstances for the ways that I operate. For the most part, that means that I am racialized as somebody who is, by definition, quiet, not somebody who's going to do different types of things. So that means I could go extra hard because folks racialize me as not, even in different types of ways. So when we're doing collective type of work, what that often means is like I'm working with a lot of Black women that are different things, but they're not the ones who are going to stand up, because if they stand up, something might very likely happen to them in the other case. Like my faculty mentor, who's shout out to Stanford, old school generation, Joyce King, right, is in my program. And I work very closely with Joyce King and doing a lot of different types of work, right? But something that, happened, and I'm hoping, I'm also going to talk about, I think we need to have a politics of sacrifice. And like, what that types of means is that even in places where maybe you feel like you might have a little bit more racialized, comportment to be able to resist, or all sorts of different types of things that, like I come from this from a vantage point where I'm like, I don't got, kids, I'm not partnered. My parents have passed away, my grandparents have passed away. I don't have nothing holding me down. So if something could happen to me, I live in a rented studio. I don't got no capital, no money. My student loans is worth more than me. I'm negative. There's nothing that, hold me down. Like I can go out underground and do what I need to do, right? But I feel like if we're really about justice, this is like the law of the conservation of massive energy. Like you have to be able to give up something. And you can't be afraid to give up something. And I think that's a conversation amongst faculty we don't have, right? But even I was scared. Like the story I tell is this one is like my faculty mentor, Joyce King, she was out sick, and she's always the one who stands up in the meetings when bullshit goes down. Like, and excuse my cursing, just to be real with it. We had all the faculty amongst the College of Education, and to know the context of Atlanta, like Georgia State University is at the heart of Atlanta in the deepest concentration of unhoused population probably in the state. That's right there. If you come up to our College of Ed, you are going to be running into all sorts of different folks in all sorts of different types of ways, right? And there's been this political capital type of game. And something that's interesting, fascinating with Joyce King, she's like, we got all Black leadership here too, which makes a really interesting, fascinating cooperation with fascism and all sorts of different types of things that are there. But we had our Black woman provost who came in, and she was trying to advocate and push the faculty to support her to eliminate, in essence, these different vicinities around the College of Ed where unhoused folks would sleep, right? And usually this would be the time where I'm like on that type of shit where I'm like, I'm assistant prof. I ain't gonna say nothing. This is not the forum. There's hundreds of people here. The person who signs my check is literally the one who's on the stage introducing this type of thing. But Joyce King wasn't there. And literally in this context too, there's a place called the Underground that's right underneath, that's right there. And an unhoused person had been killed a few months before then with no recognition by the College of Education. And for me at that moment, I was like, this is something maybe that I would be okay being fired for if I stood up and I said something about it, where I was like, are we going to talk about folks who are literally just outside our building as if they're animals and as if they're objects. Shout out to Sylvia Winters. Think about our era selected by evolution, deselected by evolution, the folks who are unhoused. Not a coincidence, we don't have unhoused studies programs. Might we have somebody who's like doing a little philanthropic thing out of university, whatever it is. But I was like, are we really just going to just talk about folks like object animals and eliminate any sort of shelter support that is even not even built into the institution that just is happenstance, right? And I was fucking terrified when I said that, because I was like, somebody's going to come for me in these different types of things. And I was willing at that moment. But luckily, something of a surprise, right, is it actually had the opposite effect. Suddenly, other faculty members started standing up and saying things too. And then afterwards, faculty members came up to me and they're like, oh, I'm glad you said something. I wanted to say something too, but I was scared to say something too, right? I think that, that was a lesson for me where I had to get over a hump, where I've just been told, and I know there's this broadly circulating discourse that somebody else will say something. But what happens when somebody isn't there to say something? Right. And I feel like, it's the tiny things sometimes that matter. Like that wasn't a big deal at all. That wasn't a fucking superhero moment. That was like a basic humanity type of moment. Like somebody in this room of hundreds of folks deserved to have somebody stand up and say something about that. Right. And I hope in this moment that we're finding more courage. And again, if you're looking back in the past, like I made a reference point to my past organizing background, I feel like we have to find the roots in our ancestors. This is Joyce King. She always told me that find your ancestors, the ones who call you in, the ones who give you the strength in these different types of things. But even my childhood, one of my closest friends, it just happenstance before this all thing went down, just happens to be from Gaza City. Right. So I would come into his house before Al Jazeera was even a thing. And he would have it would be playing up in Arabic and his dad would be translating on the TV of what it was. And I would remember the moments of the ways that he would talk about the things that were going down and what he would do as somebody who was just a working class dude, no college degree, refugee out in the community. No, yeah, he had kids too. And he was a rep. He could have been thrown out the country, all sorts of different things. This is post-war on terror type of stuff, but he did it anyway. And I tried to take up the strength of his dad and the family that I was there in those different types of ways. But anyway, I went on a long tangent, but I hope, my thing, I want folks to find courage.
Wow, no, not tangential at all. I don't think, Dr. Wong. Thanks to all of you for giving us a sense of how you're connecting with others, building solidarity, reaching backwards in time, temporally, looking to ancestors, to inspiration, to histories of struggle. And the note that you ended on, Dr. Wong, about courage, I think something maybe we'll want to sit with in this conference. What does it mean for each of us to have courage on our respective roles, institutions, regions? Well, what is required of us to do the work that we need to do collectively? I hope we can transition. I'm looking at the time. I wanna ask each of you. This will be the last kind of formal question before I ask each of you to give some maybe words of advice or hopeful message, encouragement to our current RILE students and to the people here in attendance today. But the last kind of formal question is around looking ahead, looking towards the future, a future-oriented kind of focus. So you've talked, and what I love already about what each of you has shared is that you're kind of blending past, present, and future in all of your remarks, right? So it's not easy to kind of chunk temporally what you've shared. There's a nice kind of temporal orientation that each of you brings that kind of blends past, present, and future. So I appreciate that already. So not to try to disentangle these too artificially, but as you look ahead, so you've talked about freedom dreaming, you've talked about imagining and building better futures, building towards more educationally just futures. As each of you kind of reaffirms and reimagines, rearticulates your respective commitments to educational justice in this moment, what kinds of possibilities do you envision? Do you imagine? So there's a lot of talk, there's the kind of speculative tradition, right? There's sort of histories of freedom dreaming. The late Marxist education scholar Paula Ullman talked about prefigurative pedagogies, right? And what would it mean to prefigure now in this current world, in this current society, the kind of better society we hope to create? What if we started teaching like we already lived in that society? What would it mean to teach like that and to start prefiguring that kind of future? So I'm curious to know how each of you thinks about the future and what kinds of futures you are building now, what you're envisioning now, how you're doing that. What sort of like a hopeful orientation is how we're trying to to end this. What gives you hope, and what possible futures do you imagine as you build towards more educationally just possibilities?
I can jump us off because I'm going to take it quite literally. And the Soul Folk Saturday School is really my entrance into this moment. I taught high school for 11 years, as was mentioned in my introduction, and I have been trying to find a way back to teaching high school. And so part of this is a little bit selfish for me because I think young people are just the most inspiring people. But I also use this opportunity to dream up, like, what would my ideal school be? Like, what would it take? And so we're piloting it with 20 students, and they'll have a full day on a Saturday, but it will start with a community breakfast and the honoring of the free breakfast program by the Black Panthers. And we're hoping that, like the encampment experience I had, that folks from all over the community come and break bread with us as we start our day. And then, yes, they'll get African American studies, they'll get African American history, but they'll also have community members come in and do workshops. They'll do, trap yoga and maker spaces and art and creation. They'll be doing social action projects, going out in the community and making a difference about something that they really care about as a collective. But then they'll also have an assigned university tutor and mentor. They will have a mental health counselor that they can have a certain number of sessions. They'll have an academic coach that will go to their home and help them with organizing and how to navigate school in a way that doesn't get in the way of their education. And so just thinking about, like, what does it mean if we double down and we pour into our Black youth in this particular environment from all aspects of what that means, and what could be the impact of doing something like that? And so I'm really excited about, I think something that keeps me going is just thinking out these steps of, like, what does it mean to design something like this in this environment? And I think that's my form of freedom dreaming, is to, like, literally think about creation. One of the modes of abolition is, what do we build in its place, and how can this be a testament to that type of work? And so I'm hoping that that happens in 2027, and looking forward to, again, seeing the impact of what happens when we give so much love and all the different aspects of what it means to be a human in this particular environment.
Thank you, Dr. Stovall. Others, what futures are you envisioning building?
I can go. I having a hard time again, Ramon, with this question around futurity. I'm like, I hope we got a future. I feel like so many conversations about futurity are so wrapped up in this AI sort of proliferation. Like, the future is going to be automated. It's going to be gentler. It's going to be easier. And to me, I'm like, shit, that's not the kind of future that I'm sort of envisioning. So when you think about possibilities, again, I struggle with this question many times because I've been claimed to be a pessimist again, but I'm not. At least I don't think I am. It might sound to the who is listening to me as like, this dude just only think about the negative stuff. And I'm like, no, I think about nice things too. Like, I just got into gardening, like I volunteered in my community gardening, right? So I'm terrible with plants because I didn't grow up around them, or they were, always destroyed by environmental conditions. And so now I'm in a place where I'm like, I want to be able to grow things, not just like ideas, because that's what we're supposed to do in this profession, but like other things, like being able to know how to locally source food and all these kinds of things. So I think what's in the horizon is that we are going to win. Are we ready for that moment? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think folks are operating under the assumption of fear, and that is by design, structurally, interpersonally. But I do believe that we are going to win, and when those victories come, my hope is that we don't go back to what is comfortable. And that means going back to normalcy. I think post-COVID-19, folks were just quick to just jump right back into things. And when you take the position of educational justice, you're going to be in a position where, like, you don't know what's going to come next. And I'm okay with that, right? In education, we know as teachers, as pedagogues, like, that is a generative place and space to be in. I don't know that other folks who are part of this sort of capitalist corporatist machine is necessarily oriented in the same way. But echoing just like young people, love them to death, right? I'm oriented to them partly because so many of who are now elders and mentors believed in me when I was a young person, told me that I had a voice, and I was like, I didn't even know I had that. I don't know I had that to use. And then I started using it, and people were just like, okay, you know what? Let's talk a little less, right? Or talk a little bit lower. And I'm like, no, like y'all told me I had a voice. So I think part of it is also in the process of us surviving, making sure that we open up space for our young folks and the folks that come after us, that they don't just inherit all this negativity and all the sort of capitalist production, carceral surveillance infrastructures, but that they too, whatever carvings we create, whatever things we curate with clay or whatever it is that we use, gardens, that they also inherit that too. And so I think that's what keeps me sort of continually to building with folks, and also thinking about possibilities and while we confront all this other negativity and the nightmares and all these other things. So yeah, I don't know. I'm curious what Catherine and Casey got to say.
I can follow up. It's interesting because you said something, Ramon, about, like sort of how I forget exactly how you said it, but something about like, how do you go about your work? And I don't know another way to do this work. The commitments I hold, they were my commitments when I was a college chemistry major. They were my commitments as a chemistry teacher, as a grad student, as a professor, and they, exactly what my work is have changed, but my commitments don't. And I quite frankly don't see a point of doing the work of education in any, I just like actually can't think of how it would be worth it to do it in any other way. And so sometimes when there's these moments where I'm like, is this like the smart thing to do? Probably not. Can I bring myself to do something else? Also, no. So, all right, we're just going to do this. And I'm going to use a couple minutes to say, so Brian, you mentioned planting and gardening, and it made me think of what is literally, it's an excerpt from a Wendell Berry poem called The Mad Farmer Liberation Front. And I literally have it over my desk here at home, and I have it over my desk at work. And it's kind of my mantra that I return to, and that sort of frames how I think about what education is, and particularly the line of plant sequoias. Like when we think about future, I love this poem is not about education, but to me it is. It's I pull it. So this is not the whole thing, but there's I'm gonna literally read what I have right here over my computer, which is ask the questions that have no answers. Invest in the millennium, plant sequoias. Say that your main crop is the forest that you did not plant, that you will not live to harvest. Say that the leaves are harvested when they have rotted into the mold. Call that profit. Prophesy such returns. Put your faith in the 2 inches of humus that will build under the trees every 1,000 years. Listen to carrion, put your ear close and hear the faint chattering of the songs that are to come. Expect the end of the world. Laugh. Laughter is immeasurable. Be joyful, though you have considered all the facts. And that's kind of, it's what keeps me going. It actually, like, when I had a crisis of faith at the start of last semester of like, what am I even doing? Where am I going with it? That's when I put it up over those. If that's my reminder, that I'm planting sequoias. I'm being joyful, though I've considered all the facts. And that's what future orientation looks like to me.
Yeah, I just want to hard co-sign all my colleagues, I think, in the same type of veins of what they're thinking, what they're doing. Like the first thought that comes to me, I'm so excited, Dr. Stovall, for all the work that you're going to be doing with the programs and stuff, and making me think about the Panthers, like something, and I think I missed out on Dr. Rosa's whole talk too, but he was mentioning around like the non-romanticization. But the things I think that we can do, I think, is when we look to the past and we think about and we actually work from the work that's unfinished into things that, maybe didn't go according to plan, or things that were ideas that were there. And one of those things, which is like, folks look at Huey Newton, he's like, oh, that dude was just a dude who was just loud, just saying things, whatever. This dude was a well-studied person in the thinking of liberation. He invented a conceptualization theoretically towards the end of his life as he's doing work called revolutionary intercommunalism. And he was thinking with Mao, Fanon, Marxism, Leninism, all these different types of things. And he's credited by the folks who know, but folks who don't know, they often don't talk about it. And this conceptualization emerged during that period when folks were thinking that the future meant an independent sovereign nation state. If you get an independent sovereign nation state, then suddenly freedom will come. And suddenly with neocolonialism, there was a management. They were handing over the power and the keys to the folks who went to the universities that were of the Western imperial powers that were going to keep all the structures in place. And that became a future that was foreclosed. Right. Huey Newton saw this going down. He's like, what happens instead of thinking about sovereignty from this notion of nation state projects, that we think about sovereignty as communities that are able to mold themselves, harvest themselves, interlock in a decentralized type of way to be able to garner the power to be able to build. And this is the theoretical foundation, right, for the breakfast programs and the ambulances and the sickle cell treatments and all these different types of things that were there. They were literally trying to build parallel institutions to make the future now. Like all the logics, all the forms of governance, all the different types of things that are there. How can we build those parallel institutions, right? So I'm all with the, like, if you look at the beginnings of capital with enclosure, food, right? So I'm all about the gardens, just like Dr. Cabral and that type of thing. That one organization I mentioned who was just a few kids, right? Black, Latinx, and Polynesian kids raised $1.2 million to take their land back, make a community land trust. And the first thing that they did is cooperate with farmers to try to teach youth. This is like sixth graders all the way through high school, how to have a different relationship with the land, particularly in the city, right? Which is not to say it's been a perfect project. Like they just literally had their roosters seized because some gentrifiers were calling up being like, hey, they're too loud. And they literally seized the roosters, talk about like battling back and forth with relationship to land and different types of things. But that is a project that I see these different ways that we are actually building the things that are to our principles, to our values, to our commitments right now, and expanding through, I'd say, a notion of revolutionary intercommunalism that Huey Newton and other folks weren't able to finish in terms of projects and thinking, right? And something else that I'm thinking about right in the context of Atlanta, I have a close colleague that's over at Emory, Joy Hampton Anderson. She runs this thing called the Enrich Lab that I've been collabing with her on. And we think about this in knowledge production too. We just got done with a study where we're looking at the ontology of healing across youth racialized as Black across Atlanta. And she just actually hit my phone, be like, you got to cut the words. We got to get that journal submission together. So I got to do that after this. But the point of this being, when we're thinking about the futures, I think also, even if we're trying to do entanglements with universities, higher education institutions, journals, we can't let our knowledge production be controlled. Right? We have to find the places, the venues, the ways that we can engage in the work that we want to do that actually is helping us get free. Whatever that form might be. Like shout out, if you don't know a journal Trowel, which is based out of CUNY, that's run by grad students, it publishes radical stuff all the time. I just submitted something with my colleague Julissa Muniz that's there, that's about abolitionist pedagogy. That's like an anti-colonial pedagogy. We cite Ghassan Kanafani, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, part of it's in Arabic, like all these different types of things that are there. They gotta run with it. So there's always places, so find the places that allow us to actually think through the things that are actually going to help us get free.
Wow. Thank you all so much for your inspiring words and insights. You've given us a lot of food for thought, a lot of stuff to think about as we move forward the rest of this conference next couple days. We have like 2 minutes and change left. So like this is the speed round, like soundbite, I think 20 seconds or so. What one piece of advice would you give to our current RILE students and to the RILE community and those in attendance today? A quick piece of advice for these challenging times from each of you, and then we'll close it with that.
I could start this one off because y'all been doing the work on the lifting. So I'll keep it really brief to that 20 seconds. One is Dr. Stovall. I was in convo with this. I mentioned that, and I'm just going to pass his words along because I think graduate students, we struggle with this. Oh, fill a gap in the wall, find a brick, whatever. And Dr. Stovall was like, write and speak into a contradiction. That is a much more generative way of thinking about your knowledge production scholarship. So I'll pass that on to grad students from Dr. Stovall from lessons that were there that he was passing on to our grad students. The other thing is, I think everybody here can say it, which maybe I'm not, I'm maybe generalizing, is moving into, if you're trying to do a quote unquote job market or most of the things outside, it's about fit. And I'm just going to leave that there for what you're going to do with that. I did not have that lesson. I'm at Georgia State. And I'm doing a bunch of good sets of work. People didn't teach me about fit, but you got to deal with that. Talk to Dr. Martinez and have him give you game or something like on that type of thing. I wish I would have known.
All right, well, time is precious, so I'm just gonna go jumpstart this really quick. Do the readings, please do the readings. Do the readings and then do the readings and reread the readings. And then also there's an inclination as graduate students to still reproduce the logics of being a teacher's pet. And I mean that with the kindest ways possible. It was cute in middle school and grad school. It's time for you to build an intellectual terrain. And if you get in the way of folks who are doing meaningful community building, you can get out the way and continue doing what you're doing. But ultimately, you are there, build yourself, whatever it is you're going to be doing as a graduate student, it will benefit you tremendously when you make the transition to the other side. And the other side is definitely much greener.
I think like building off the legacy of ancestors who have sacrificed and done a lot at great cost, I think find your North Star and stay the course.
And I think echo everything everyone said. And I think also as you think about where you're going next, thinking about that you're building a life, not just a career. And what do you want that life to look like? And your career is a part of that. But the work of working towards justice is bigger than a career. And recognizing that as you think about what is the right future option for you right now in this place of your life, for who you are.
Amazing advice from all four of you. Thank you so much for sharing your insights, your words, for inspiring us to stay the course, to be courageous and to be hopeful. Can you all join me in thanking our four panelists, Dr. Wong, Dr. Ribai, Dr. Stovall, and Dr. Cabral? Please join me in thanking them. Thank you all for being here today. We appreciate you. Great to see you all. Thank you. Dr. Brown. You have a, oh, Dr. Brown says hi. You see Dr. Brown, right? Do you see Dr. Brown? Dr. Brown says hello. I hope you see. I don't know how we can help you see that. We can't help you see Dr. Brown, but he's there. He says hello. Great to see you all. Thank you. This concludes this session. We're going to take a 15-minute break. I think there's still some food outside. Please help yourselves, those of you here in person. We have lunch, Gabriela, at 12:45, so a little more than an hour. Do you want any announcements about the lunch? Anything you want to say?
We're serving pupusas, and they're making them on site, so just really begin the cultural process. I've been admiring it all day.
We're excited. It'll be a great lunch. It's a little late. We know it's kind of a late lunch, so hang tight. In the meantime, help yourselves to seconds outside. Bio break. We have 15 minutes, and then we'll come back. I guess it's more like 13 or 14 minutes now, but we'll come back here at 11:45 to get started with our next virtual session. Then we have an in-person keynote with Dr. Lacey Abrego, who's already here. We're excited about that. So stick around, please, if you can. See you back here at 11:45. We'll describe the lunch for you. No, we won't. We'll spare you the details. But thank you. We're excited that you're all here virtually and in person. We're going to move ahead to the next session on our agenda. And introducing that session is another one of our amazing RILE doctoral students, Maria Jose Melendres. I'll welcome her now. Please join me in welcoming Maria Jose.
Hi, everyone. Buenos dias. So good morning. It is my pleasure to introduce our next session. So we have Dr. Anima, Dr. Subini Anima, and Miss Amy Rochelle. So Dr. Anima, prior to her doctoral studies, Dr. Anima was a special education teacher in both public schools and youth prisons. Currently, she is an associate professor here at Stanford, whose research critically examines the mutually constitutive nature of racism and ableism, how they interlock with other marginalizing oppressions, and how intersectional injustice impacts education in urban schools and youth prisons. To do this, Dr. Anima positions multiply marginalized students and their communities as knowledge generators. exploring how their trajectories can inform liberatory education. Thank you, Dr. Anima. Ms. Rochelle. Ms. Rochelle has been a history social studies educator for San Francisco Unified School District since 2016. She has taught ethnic studies for over 10 years and was a core member of the San Francisco Unified School District's Ethnic Studies Curriculum Committee. With this experience, Ms. Rochelle has acted as a consultant to districts and states creating ethnic studies programs. She also holds an MA in ethnic studies from San Francisco State University, where she focused on transforming the modern world history curriculum using ethnic studies principles. In addition to teaching high school, she currently teaches history, social studies, and ethnic studies curriculum and instruction courses at San Francisco State University. Ms. Rochelle, so please join me in welcoming our next speakers and our next session. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much and welcome to this presentation. I'm Subini Anima, Associate Professor at Stanford University, and this is?
I'm Amy Ritchell, teacher at Mission High School and San Francisco State.
Excellent. All right, we're going to share this screen, so hopefully this works. Somebody in the room yell if you can't see what I'm seeing, but we are looking at our title is When Ethnic Studies is Under Attack. And so we want to spend some time thinking with you all today about how we support teachers and researchers who are working to support liberatory education. So here's our agenda. We'll go over it pretty quickly. We're going to talk about the history of ethnic studies. We're going to examine the attacks on ethnic studies, ask what is ethnic studies, talk about our own vision for accessible ethnic studies, and do a little bit of advice for educators and researchers, and then there'll be time for Q&A. So Amy's going to start with the history of ethnic studies.
Right. Hi, you all. I apologize to not be with you in person. First of all, I'm actually on my prep in class, and it's my honor to speak with you about ethnic studies. So I'm not sure how many of you all are familiar with the history of ethnic studies, but I am in San Francisco, and the fact that we are here in the birthplace of the first College of Ethnic Studies, just every time that I speak about it, brings me so much joy to know that we're a part of history here within the Bay Area. So the first strike for ethnic studies occurred in 1968 that was led by a multi-ethnic and racial coalition, the BSU and the Third World Liberation Front, which was a joint effort of the Black Student Union, the Latin American Studies Organization, Asian American Political Alliance, Filipino American Organization, and the Native American Studies Union at San Francisco State University. It was the longest student strike in the nation's history. It was 5 months, and it resulted in the establishment of the first School of Ethnic Studies, even though it followed long traditions that were rooted in Black studies across the country and within the civil rights movement. It was the first official college. So again, one of the things that I love to tell my students too is that it's like they're a part of history, like this was a student-led movement, and along with community organizations and teachers and staff, but it was really rooted out of the student voice and the need for to address the lack of access, misrepresentation, and the overall neglect of Indigenous peoples and people of color within the university's curriculum and programming. And so it led to the establishment of ethnic studies and focusing within the arc of ethnic studies, which Subini will talk to you all about a little bit later, but access, relevance, and community. So because we are within California, we're going to be focusing in on ethnic studies within K-12 ethnic studies because here in the Bay Area, we also have a very rich history of offering K-12 education to students as well, doing our best to continue the history of the 1968 struggle to all students. So here in California, AB 101, the California graduation requirement was passed. And the California graduation requirement will offer ethnic studies courses starting in 2025. So here we are in the 26 school year, and mandates that students graduating in 2029 and 2030 school year complete at least a semester course in ethnic studies. So there were strategies to fulfill the requirement. The first being that there would be an offering created by the state for model curriculum. That would be an offering, not a requirement, but a model curriculum that would be offered to school districts. It would allow for existing courses and A through G approved ethnic studies courses to be the fulfillment requirements for students. And then it also, even though it didn't stipulate within the law itself, but there was an understanding that there's a need for state funding to develop the courses, even though that has recently been taken out of the budget. And then the final thing was that the course would be developed locally and that districts had the opportunity to create their own courses, which has been, as we will see, one of the sticking points within our trajectory in the state. So here in the Bay Area, at least, there's a very, very rich history of K-12 education, districts that were already doing deep and important work before AB 101. So for example, New Haven Unified School District, James Logan High School, for example, has an ethnic studies department, which offers like specific resources that other schools do not, since ethnic studies is often housed within the history social science departments. And it also has an ethnic studies and social justice pathway. So it is its own particular, like say, school within the larger school, if you will. And then San Francisco Unified School District pioneered ethnic studies, establishing the course in 2008, making it a high school graduation requirement in 2021. So the ethnic studies model curriculum, which is one of the recognized needs to have a graduation requirement, the state rolled out in 2016, 2016, AB 2016 was passed, and established an ethnic studies model curriculum advisory committee. So our task was to draft a model curriculum that could be offered to districts who are going to be rolling out their ethnic studies programs before the 2025-2026 year. We created a draft that included a unit on Arab Americans and Palestinians because that was given with the fidelity of the field. The ethnic studies model curriculum, the draft that we created was given much pushback because of this inclusion. As a result, the original committee and core writers were disbanded and dismissed amid allegations of anti-Semitism, anti-Israel, and anti-Zionism attacks. So the ethnic studies model curriculum that the State Board of Education approved in March of 2021 really bears little relation to the original draft, to the extent that every member of the committee demanded that our name be removed. For example, the state has removed or redefined such critical terms as capitalism and revolution. All mention of Palestine has been erased, and the current ethnic studies modeled curriculum is a watered down version of multiculturalism US history. So one of the other key points in developing the graduation requirement was that local districts have the burden to create their courses and ethnic studies programs. And so many districts have looked to outside consultants and outside help in creating their ethnic studies courses. And that has resulted in attacks, lawsuits, and pauses within programs at the allegations of anti-Semitism and bias. Lawsuits were filed against districts consulting with liberated ethnic studies model curriculum, for example, a group started by former ethnic studies model curriculum advisory board members. Districts like Santa Ana and Pajaro Valley Unified School District, even SFUSD, the birth city of the College of Ethnic Studies, threatened to pause their program under conservative pressure.
So I'm just going to continue what Amy talked about for a minute and talk about ethnic studies in the context of bad faith attacks. So the reason, one of the things we want to keep touching on is SFUSD, right, in San Francisco is so often talked about as the most progressive place in the country. Whether or not that's true is a whole nother conversation, but I think it's really important to note that even in a place like San Francisco, there is a lot of bad faith attacks around this. So for example, we all know about most of us know about the one of the most current executive orders called Ending Racial Indoctrination in K-12 Schooling, which is really an attempt to recenter whiteness, to remove any mention of many critical subjects and engage a colorblind, or what I would call a color evasive way of engaging the world. So, but what I want to talk more about is what's happening in San Francisco, which is, so we get this, give you an example of how these kind of conversations are going. So this is from the Chronicle in San Francisco, the San Francisco Chronicle, and the title is Angry San Francisco Parents Push Back on SFUSD Ethnic Studies, quote, ideology over education. So it seems very important that we talk about this. And then we start to read the article, and the first group that they come up with is Parents Defending Education, whose founder and the head of is deeply related to the current White House administration, who supports, who has said many transphobic things, has said multiple things. But okay, so they're being situated here as just a group of parents who is a national organization, very upset. So then they go ahead to another group of parents, that this SF Parent Coalition. And this person says ethnic studies is so valuable when done right. And there's an implication that is not being done right here. Now, when you look into the SF Parent Coalition, what you find is that it is a similarly right-wing group that is started and funded by a right-wing AstroTurf group. And so we start to see a theme here about who's getting quoted. So then they go on to mention this parent, Amanda Freed, I think that's how you say their name. And Amanda Freed is very concerned about ideology over education. Well, that's just a parent in the district, right? Well, actually, Amanda Freed is on the board with Meredith Willem Dotson, the person that we just talked about from the SF Parent Coalition. So this is a great example of how the media can start to kind of traffic in this narrative of these attacks being really from the ground up, when what we actually see is these attacks being very coordinated and that they saw, a lot of people saw this, the executive order come down as an opportunity to attack the progressive kind of agenda that of ethnic studies. So I'm not going to read you all this, except I'm just going to highlight the San Francisco Parent Coalition, the one that we've just been mentioning, has strong ties to Neighbors for Better San Francisco, which is founded by longtime Republican Megan donor William Obendorf, and also has relationships with Michael Moritz. So again, it's not to necessarily say this group, these people, more to say, whenever we start to see these things being uncritically repeated in the media, and maybe even kind of like sold in the media as, oh, these are just angry parents. These are parents from the district who are so passionate. And what they really are is a well-coordinated attack. We need to pay attention to that. Okay, so now I'm going to hand it back to Amy to talk a little bit. Now we know about all the attacks. We know the history. We've drawn that beautiful through line. So what is ethnic studies?
So ethnic studies, in keeping with its Third World Liberation Front movement roots, decolonization, self-determination, and anti-racism are central to the purpose of ethnic studies and should be transparent in its teaching. So keep this in mind when we're talking about ethnic studies pedagogy and what ethnic studies is. So ethnic studies is not content to be covered. I will repeat that a couple of times. Ethnic studies is a way of being and seeing the world. Ethnic studies is history that centers and teaches through, not just about, the experiences, worldviews, epistemologies, struggles, and aspirations of Black, Indigenous, and people of color who historically and in the present have been and are dispossessed, displaced, enslaved, exploited, marginalized, and disappeared. It's also history that counters the dehumanizing narratives that have been held by those in power and told, and it upholds all people's humanity and right to self-determination and freedom. Ethnic studies is also criticality and critical consciousness. It's a way of teaching students and to think and see the world through causality. So in other words, cause and effect. It helps people identify and explain the reasons for why things happen. Because if you don't understand the reasons for why things happen, they're just there in the first place and you can't do anything to address those issues. Ethnic studies then is also thinking historically. It places all that is happening in the present in relationship to what has happened in the past. And really importantly is that it's thinking systems and power. So it identifies the systems at the root of what is happening. It asks questions like who has power within these systems, and it equips students and individuals and communities to actually question, challenge, and importantly, confront injustice. And it invites people to engage in the work of preserving and defending humanity and building, recreating, expanding the future that we really want to see. It is knowledge with purpose. Throughout the ways in which we've seen Black studies, that we've seen disciplines within ethnic studies, there's always the underlying thread of knowledge with purpose. That ethnic studies calls upon everyone to bring their best selves in service to solving problems for the community. It's about humanity, it's about sustainability, it's about cultural perpetuity, and it's about love, life, and liberation. And then finally, ethnic studies is community. I mean, really, you all, like again, I speak as a classroom teacher. I've been teaching since 2006 in SFUSD, and we often do this work in isolation, you know, and it's a way to keep us quiet in some regards. But the way out of like our issues and our problems is with collective support and unified action that's based on principles that really uphold the well-being of all people, place and planet. And then honestly, like we can't do this alone. This is hard work. So Dr. Dawn Mubalan, who is a pioneer, was a pioneer. She's actually a Stanford graduate in history. And she taught at San Francisco State University. And she provides 3 essential questions that should be answered in an ethnic studies course to fulfill its purpose. Number 1, who am I? 2, who is my family and community? Number 3, what can I do to bring social justice to my community and the world? And I love these questions because they have transference power, right? Like when you talk about ethnic studies and you talk about way to transform disciplines as well, these are questions you can ask in a science class. These are questions that you can ask in a math class. So these are questions that should be rooted within the discipline of ethnic studies. And then ethnic studies is also a worldview and ways of thinking about the world around us. So the values and principles that are really important to hold at the center of any ethnic studies course, but then ethnic studies in general as a discipline is that solidarity and unity are essential, community, self-determination, critical consciousness, hope, love, and respect.
Thanks, Amy, for that really deep and thoughtful way to describe ethnic studies to us. And I think for a lot of us, we see this, and for those of us like myself who weren't trained in ethnic studies, we start thinking about how we do ethnic studies. So how do we bring that into the classroom? And so we want to give you a little background on how Amy and I came to begin talking about this. And one of the things I want to go back to this slide that Amy gave us about the history and legacy of ethnic studies and look at the ARC goals of ethnic studies down at the bottom. See that bright purple just to bring attention to it. The first goal is access. And the way it was described was access is about providing students opportunities to receive quality education and urging educational institutions to open their doors to more students of color, right? And we're really thinking about that first one, providing students opportunities to receive quality education. What does quality education mean? So it means everything that Amy just laid out, that ethnic studies is more than a content, it's a whole set of histories and perspectives that we believe that are quality education. And so what I start asking is, who has access to these things? So I want to think about that question in particular. So Amy and I came together as I am my background is as they mentioned was a special education teacher. Thanks to Maria Jose for mentioning that. And Amy, obviously, clearly a master's ethnic studies teacher. And so we have very different backgrounds. But one of the things we're both interested in is thinking about access, about centering students who've been unwelcomed in and pushed out of schools. So I've got a list here of some of those students who I center: disabled youth of color who've been suspended, youth of color who are considered behavior problems, and youth of color who are considered at risk by early warning indicators. Those early warning indicators are, that's SFUSD's language from, if you look at the bottom left, the indicators, the GPA below 2.0 and attendance rate below 87.5%. So we're thinking about these youth who are often unwanted in schools, often are not connected to schools. And what if we brought them to the center and made them the focus of our work? How does that change the way we teach and change the way we learn in an ethnic studies classroom? So Amy and I decided to try to put this into practice. We spent 1 year co-teaching an ethnic studies class, a 9th grade ethnic studies class. And we asked that a number of our students fall under these categories to make sure that we were supporting the young people we suggested we'd support. So the first thing is I want to make it very clear that to make ethnic studies accessible, we have to go beyond inclusion. A lot of times the language of inclusion is used specifically when it means getting in the room, bringing our kids from one population into a more less segregated, sometimes talked about as general population. And what I want to push back on is that that spatial arrangement is not enough. That is, if you bring youth with a disability in the room, but they're at the back with their paraprofessional. If they're in the room, but they are not participating in the larger group activities. If they are just in the room, that is not enough. Mia Mingus literally says it's not enough to just make sure that we can get into the room. So as a disability justice activist and public intellectual, Mia Mingus has helped me understand that we have to think about accessibility much broader than that. And so I really want to use the language of accessibility instead of inclusion, because we're also not only talking about youth with disabilities, we're talking about all of the youth who are at the margins of our schooling system. So what should and could ethnic studies curriculum look like in order to be accessible? So what we did, we not only taught this class, but then we also, with a research team, we did interviews with 18 of, I think, our 23 students. We interviewed almost all of our students, once at the beginning of the year and once at the end of the year. And then we have over 90 observations of our classroom pedagogy. For this presentation, we're focusing on the second interviews where the students reflected on our class. And what they told us consistently is that we needed to think about accessibility in all three of these interrelated things, which is content, pedagogy, and relationships. And so I really want to note that accessibility has to be strategically woven throughout all three things in order to think about a class as accessible. So in content, the three most common things that students noted for us was that it needs to connect to students' identities. So the students in the class, their identities, their community histories, and their lived experiences. In addition, it needs to reflect the cultures and struggles of other communities that the students don't belong to. So they're both and it needs to build solidarity across oppressed communities. So Maury was one of the students we interviewed. She said, some of the things that I would say or do to another person would be considered wrong. I had to realize, oh, wow, I never knew that was a problem. So she is telling us that ethnic studies allowed her to not only learn about her own struggles, but to reflect on other community struggles. And that pushed her to build solidarity and to change her behavior, change the way she acted, change the way she spoke. Accessible pedagogy, the three things that, again, most commonly came up. One of the most important we think that we want to really highlight is this first one, develop and supporting a student's academic identity. Often for these students who are pushed out, who are unwelcomed in school, their academic identity gets pushed to the back. And what happens is a focus on their behavior. They need to be more compliant. They need to do more listening. And until that happens, we'll just give them kind of little kid work, or we'll give them remedial work. And what we found over and over is that the students most appreciated was getting the support of their academic identity. They also talked to us about utilizing multisensory media, activities and assignments, and providing explicit writing support. And we thought this was really interesting that again and again, students mentioned things like sentence starters, things like supported notes. They talked about the need to do drafts and learn how to write stronger. And so we really thought those are the three most important things about our pedagogy, our methods of teaching. Nikaya said, I feel like something engaging is more like upbeat, and they're helping everyone and they're asking for questions. She said, most of my teachers just stand up there like robots. So this was a student who really appreciated all of the different ways that we engaged her academic identity. And then the last one is accessible relationships, building strong connections in and outside the classroom. I really want to pause and note, commend Amy here, because yes, her and I co-taught the class. I was there every day that we had to teach class and was in the classroom, but then I had to go to my other job, the other thing that I do. And Amy stayed in the school building all day, obviously. And students mentioned how often they would go into her classroom, how often she would find them and say, hey, I think you're struggling in class, let me help you. And they talked about how important that was. So building strong connections in and outside the classroom. They talked about being provided respect. And that was respect to their boundaries, getting pushed when they needed to, but also given space when they needed to. They never, ever talked about, oh, I didn't have to do any work, or this class was so easy. That was not the language they used. So I want to really highlight that. And they did talk about cultivating joy. The students felt like that made a difference. And we thought Denai's quote was really important here. She said that having that connection with them, the teachers, I felt like it actually makes me want to stay there and do the work too. So the relationships are not just in service of being buddies with the kids. Of course, we care about the kids and we care about their lives, but it's also in service of helping them be stronger learners. That relationship actually motivated them to do the work. So again, when we have kids on the margins of classrooms, we have to think more consciously about how we build purposeful relationships that develop students' academic identities. So I'm just putting these all up here again. You just saw all these, so I'm not going to talk about them, but more to note over and over that they all have to be present. Accessibility in content, accessibility in pedagogy, and accessibility in relationships. And we found that this combination that was really impactful for the young people. And these are the things that they mentioned over and over again. But that if only one exists, like if you just have really strong relationships, but you're not having the kids do any work, that's not enough. That's not going to get them access to that ethnic studies curriculum, to that liberatory curriculum that we want them to have access to, that liberatory epistemology that we want them to have access to. If you just have really interesting content, but you are delivering it in a monotone, standing at the front of the classroom, that is not enough. Again, we really want to talk about how complex our pedagogy needs to be. Our methods of teaching need to meet the moment where our students are at and provide them support. So we wanted to end with advice, and we are very careful about giving advice. We as educators, we know people get the PDs and the things and all of the talking at them all day. And that's not the kind of advice we wanted to give, though. We wanted to give for particularly those under pressure to water down or eliminate critical pedagogy for liberation, whatever that looks like. If it's ethnic studies in your classroom, if you're calling it something else, if it's critical pedagogy. But what happens when you start feeling that pressure? Because I know across the country, we're feeling it. We're feeling it here in San Francisco. We're feeling it across the country. So we really want to make sure that we think through that with you all. And so that's why we'll talk for a little bit more, and then we're going to have time for questions. So Amy's going to start for K through 12 teachers.
Thank you. So again, I don't know how many of you all are doing work within K-12 contexts, but it's really important. I think this is transferable to any space, but it's really important that you know your community. What are the politics of your students, parents, admin, and community organizations that are that you're doing work with? It's really important to be part of the community, really to be community responsive, to really be responsive to the communities in which you serve. You almost have to, Dr. Jeff Duncan Andrade says that you need to be almost like an ethnographer. Like you have to get on the ground and you have to go into the neighborhoods. You have to like observe and you have to get to know. If you're not from there, you have to get to know the communities in which you serve on a very deep level. You have to know the parents, the grandmas, the neighborhood folks. Like, where are your kids going to the neighborhood store to get like their Flamin' Hot Cheetos? I don't know. You need to go out, you know? You also have to build solidarity across departments and within the district. Within and outside of the district as well. My closest allies have not always been within the history social science department. They've been within the math department. They've been in science. And it's really important that you are almost, you know, you're asset mapping within your own school. Like who can become your ally and who is doing similar work to you. Another thing that is really important is having an excellent theory of curricular design. It is my belief that if you have a strong curriculum, if everything is aligned to like successful research-based pedagogical methods, then it's going to be really hard for people to be able to question, again, the content in which you're quote unquote covering, which I always push my my credential candidates away from talking about content to be covered, but like that's what typically gets attacked, is the content in which we choose and the concepts that we also choose to align our curriculum with. But if you look at some of the curriculum that Subini and I created, like we put a lot of work into it. It's a lot of hard work, but if somebody looks at it, everything's in order, you know, and it's really hard to kind of poke holes at that when everything's ultimately aligned to solid state standards, both skills and content standards as well. And then finally, it's important to look to other districts and teachers who have successfully resisted attacks. So I gave you some examples of school districts who have been doing the work for a really long time. And many of the school districts that did get pushbacks from lawsuits and so forth, like have actually been successful in continuing moving their ethnic studies programs forward. So there are a lot of people that are pretty easily accessible, like through district websites and so forth that that I would suggest you access.
Thanks, Amy. You know, the one thing I'll say is like, look, and you know, when we talk about what went well in the classroom, we don't have time to talk about all the mistakes and all the critiques that we, you know, deserved and worked through and had to make sense of, and all of the repair we did when we did harm with a student or something like that. So I just want to note that those moments exist as well. But this is more about like, what can we do as we reflect back what were the most impactful things for young people? And now we're thinking about advice for each other, for teachers and now researchers. So for researchers, I would suggest that we take seriously our responsibility to engage research in spaces where education is under attack. That I knew as going as somewhere as a Stanford professor, that going to talk about ethnic studies would bring attention to it and would be able to make arguments about it. And that I needed to be in those spaces. So I encourage you to think about like libraries where books are being banned, where you think about classrooms where topics are being taken off the table. You know, when we looked at that group, those groups, that article with the groups, like one of the things that they're attacking trans issues, they're attacking, you know, they're attacking Palestine, they're attacking these different ways of thinking about the world. And those were some of our most popular units in the classroom. But I wouldn't know that if I didn't do the actual research in a classroom. So I really encourage us to take it seriously when education spaces are under attack and get in those spaces as much as we can. I think we need to understand the source of attacks, like just like I just did with the ones in San Francisco. Who is attacking? If they are, and is it like a legitimate concern, or is it a bad faith attack where they're seeing an opportunity to get rid of something because it makes them uncomfortable? Because those are two very different kinds of attacks. As researchers, we need to have the humility to collaborate with educators who are engaging in liberatory education. So Amy and I are trying to, we co-taught together, and I know not everybody can co-taught. That was a great privilege I had after I got a fellowship, but also collaborate to do the research, to treat educators in the classroom like co-researchers. Amy and I are analyzing the data together. We're writing together, we're talking. And that matters because that collaboration is teaching me so much about the daily pressures that K through 12 classroom teachers are in. And then finally, we need to use critical theory, rigorous methods, and empirical data to share the power of liberatory education. We know how important liberatory education is. And yet the goal is not to go in and say all the best things about it. It's to go in and study it and understand it and how it's being done, and then use and then speak to audiences beyond other researchers. So that's another challenge for us, is to find audiences beyond ourselves when we do want to talk about the results of this research. So again, those aren't all of the things. Those are some of the things that we are trying to support people, as you may be an audience member who's either thinking as a K through 12 teacher or as a researcher about how you get involved when education is under attack. We hope that those suggestions are helpful, and we're happy to take questions. So questions left, ideas resonating, please put them in the chat. I think Ramon and the RILE team back in Stanford will help us organize that. And we just wanted to say thank you so much for taking your time, especially right before lunch.
Thank you so much for the conversation, for the advice. I now want to open it up to the room. Do you all have any questions?
Hi, Dr. Nama and Ms. Rachel. Thank you so much for being here with us today and for your presentation. Excuse me. I wanted to ask, because Dr. Nama, you mentioned paraprofessionals. I was wondering about how you're thinking about the role of paraprofessionals who are in, and I know not all students with disabilities are able to access ethnic studies spaces, but those paras who are in ethnic studies classrooms supporting students, given the current political climate, as well as kind of the power dynamics between paras and teachers in the school at large. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm getting a little feedback, so let me know if you're getting that on your end. Also, I can't see you, but I appreciate this thoughtful question. I think really for me, like, oh, there's the room. Thanks everyone. Oh, okay. So yeah, I think this question around paras and how to support, I mean, I think part of the advice is for the classroom teachers, right? Is making sure that we think about paras as partners in education, and we treat them with the respect that they deserve as educators. I think for paras, like the work is also in making sure that your students have that access. So that can either be adapting materials, getting those materials in advance. If you have the capacity, I want to recognize that everybody is under a lot of pressure and being asked to do a lot. And I think if you're really committed to this kind of idea of this liberatory education, and we want disabled youth of color and disabled youth in general to have access to this, then we have to help them get access to it. So one of the main things I did in the classroom was go through and be like, okay, how are these directions created? How is there a word bank? Is there, it's the unglamorous stuff of that kind of adapting materials to make sure that they are accessible to all learners. It's bringing in the audiobook whenever we are going to read something. It's making captions. It's all of that stuff. And so I think anytime paras can participate in that might be part of it as well, or thinking about how you can engage those materials and be part of that process. And again, I know that takes a relationship with the teacher. And I would encourage, if you don't have that relationship with the teacher, whoever your the special ed teacher is, maybe asking them to build that relationship with the class, with the quote unquote content teacher, to build that, are just some suggestions. But I would love to hear what Amy thinks as well, given that she's a practicing teacher right now.
I mean, I would echo everything that you said, but also just in addition, I've seen so often the paraprofessional is not seen as an equal partner. And some teachers are not, giving the paraprofessional the opportunity to really be within the classroom as part of the community. and therefore like the students don't always see the paraprofessional as like also like an authority within the classroom. So I've over the years had more time to really be able to spend with my paras, like in the way that Subani is suggesting too. It's like, how can we meet together? You know, like how can we actually like co-think together? And I've in the past tried to advocate like so that whoever does the scheduling for paras at our school like make sure that there's a time that they have to come in my prep, for example. Like it's actually like, can you make it like, can you give them like a little bit of extra time outside of like their daily schedule to come and meet with me so that we can actually talk? So I've had to advocate for that, because teachers also have to acknowledge relationships of power within the school and understand like who sometimes is perceived to have more power than other folks within the building. And so it's sometimes our job and responsibility to like do that legwork if we really want to have like a successful partnership with the other adult within the classroom.
Great, thank you. We have one more question.
Thank you for the presentation. Much appreciated. I want to talk about something you said that was really powerful, the idea that those who are waging a campaign against ethnic studies have to work in manipulation. And so that manipulation is connected to the press. And so given that all of the research, both qualitative and quantitative, shows that for students who are not a part of the ethnic groups where ethnic studies are taught. So if you're a student who's in a Chicano studies class or in an African American studies class, even if that class is not reflective of your particular culture, it shows that there are academic gains and qualitative gains for everyone. So if the research is suggesting this is a success, which is why we had the state mandate in California, but the press is allowed for a communication that is not reflecting that reality, what are your recommendations for how the move towards communicating what is actually happening is done despite this current context? I know it's a muddy question, but I want to get to kind of the foundation that the truth about what is happening in schools is not being communicated so that they can manipulate the actual message. And so how might we work against that from your perspective?
I mean, I don't know, again, your context, but one thing that I've tried to impart on like some districts to get ahead of the game before like the attacks come, because attacks will come. And so how can you within your classroom, if you're a classroom teacher, how can you gather the evidence of real learning and joy within the classroom before, you know, like those bad faith attacks come? You know, it's like, can you get a newsletter out? Can you actually reach out to local news organizations to actually do like stories on your classroom? You know, like we did a oral history project with 826 Valencia. And if we had thought about it and been strategic in that way, we could have done a community event. I've done those in the past where you have like outside individuals come in and they're welcomed into the space. You do like a public reading, you know, like those kind of things, so that there is like preemptive ways to highlight the successes within your classroom. Because oftentimes we're working on the back end of reactionary politics, and we're not thinking about how we can actually get ahead of the game. So that's one suggestion that I have. And that for those of you all who are connected with K-12 schools, like if you are researchers, like Subani had said, you know, like if you really want to support in the work, like how can you use your positionality and the power that you may hold within university spaces to do that work for classroom teachers, because we don't always have the time to to do that kind of outreach.
Yeah, I think I would just add, thanks, Amy. And yes, put it on us as researchers. Like, this is what I mean by our responsibility. We are in such a privileged place versus where the K through 12 teachers are. And that's why I'm saying it's our responsibility to get in those classrooms to tell people what is happening. And I do think it is, to do the research in there and to also provide them the research. So like you just pointed out, I'm sorry, I couldn't see who was speaking, but whoever asked the question, what you pointed out was that like this is actually great for a lot of other children besides just the children who are reflected in the curriculum. Now that, first of all, I'm frustrated that we can't just make the argument that it's good for children who've been marginalized by the regular curriculum. Because, and that's not your fault, obviously, but that's so frustrating, right? Who keeps getting recentered in these conversations. But at the same time, I don't see much talked about like, let's say the benefits to white children, the benefits to straight children, the children, that are maybe slightly uncomfortable. That hasn't broken through the news. And I think that's partially on us. We're the ones doing the research, but we don't know how to talk to media. We're not great at talking to people who aren't us with our $10 words. So I really think like that's something we should work on. There's the op-ed project. There's the public scholarship project, for example, that Alfredo Ortiz runs at Stanford. There's lots of examples of ways that researchers can get involved to get their research to be in the public's hands. Like, what if we just made a one-pager that said exactly that? Look at how good ethnic studies is for this group and this group. And then but I haven't seen that as much. And yes, that's partially who the media wants this story of the sexy story of, oh, look at these kids that are feeling uncomfortable. But also so yes, that's some of that. But there are places I think that would take those. There are media outlets, there are places that we have to get more comfortable being in front of. So I just want to hold us particularly accountable to that.
Great. Thank you all so much for a powerful conversation and for sharing your wisdom with us today. And I also want to thank you for reminding us to cultivate joy and to be in community. This was great. So if you all want to join me in thanking them again. And with that, I will pass the mic to Gabriela, and shout out to Gabriela for all of the amazing work that she's been doing. She has a quick announcement about lunch.
So in the spirit of this conference theme and our role as academics to thoroughly explain our thinking and organizing, I feel it's important to highlight that Andrea is part of a collective of street food vendors fighting for their survival in San Francisco. They work with an organization called Nuestra Causa, who has organized them into a committee that is vendor-led and vendor-driven. And Andrea is an elected leader within that group. Please enjoy the lunch.
Thank you for sticking with us. How was lunch? Amazing, right? Thanks to Andrea and the amazing food that she shared with us. We're going to go ahead and jump back in. We're really excited about our keynote presentation today. Really honored to have Dr. Lacey Abrego from UCLA here with us. Really inspired by her work and excited to hear what she's going to share with us. Introducing Dr. Abrego, our keynote speaker, will be one of our amazing RILE doctoral students, doctoral candidate, Leslie Luqueño. And I'll introduce Leslie to come up now. Leslie's in the Sociology of Ed program, and we're really excited to have her come and introduce Dr. Abrego. So please join me in welcoming Leslie. Thank you.
So it's my great honor to introduce Dr. Lacey Abrego. Lacey Abrego is professor in the Department of Chicana and Chicano Studies and Central American Studies at UCLA. She is always in search of liberatory spaces in the classroom, in community with colleagues, and an accompaniment of immigrant communities and movements in research. She is a member of the first large migration of Salvadorians who arrived in Los Angeles in the early 1980s. Her research and teaching interests, inspired in great part by her family's experiences, are in Central American studies and law and society. She writes about the intimate consequences of US empire and immigration policies for Central American migrants and Latinx families in the United States. Her books include Sacrificing Families, Navigating Laws, Labor, and Love Across Borders from Stanford University Press in 2014. Immigrant Families, co-authored by Cecilia Menjivar and Leah Schmalzberger. Polity 2017, and We Are Not Dreamers, Undocumented Scholars Theorize Undocumented Life in the United States, co-edited with Genevieve Negron Gonzalez in the Duke University Press 2020. She also supports and advocates for refugees and immigrants by writing editorials and pro bono expert declarations in asylum cases. So now I'll welcome Dr. Abrego to join us, and please join me in welcoming her with a round of applause.
Thank you, Leslie, for the introduction. I want to give a really deep thanks to Professor Ramon Martinez for the kind invitation and such warm hospitality on this visit, to John Baker for handling all of the details of my visit. I want to cover a few different things while I'm here. I'm going to propose that we start with the grounding exercise, and I hope that's okay with you all. I know it's not typical in an academic setting, but I'm finding it increasingly important to do this. And then I'll share some definitions and don't know what happened there. Some context of immigration policy broadly as it's been practiced, some focus on what is happening right now so that people understand what students are going through, and then what we already know, because we've been doing the work, and although this moment feels unique in a lot of ways, there are things about it that are similar, and so we can learn from students. And then thinking together, hopefully, about what is our role as educators. And so for the grounding exercise, if you feel comfortable, I would invite you to close your eyes or soften your gaze, whatever feels right for you. And we can begin by just noticing our breath, breathing in and out through your nose, keeping the breaths long and deep when you can. And then noticing if there's any discomfort that you're feeling in your mind, in your body, just noticing it. There's nothing that you have to do about it. Just breathe into it and send it some love. Imagine that as you're inhaling, the breath is dissolving those sensations of discomfort. And then as you exhale, that you can release them. And you can do this a couple of times. And then I'm going to ask you that you start to breathe a little bit deeper, and that you imagine that you're taking the breath into the fullness of your spine. Don't overextend your spine, but really breathe into it. And notice that as you do that, you're embodying your own sense of dignity. And when you do that, you're inviting and honoring the dignity of others. Now, if you can use your breath to feel into the edges of your body and imagine that you are breathing in to fill the space in between the left and the right side of your body. And in this way, you are recognizing all of the ways that we are interconnected. We are interdependent, and so you have the capacity within you to connect with others and to set boundaries when that is necessary. And now I want to draw our attention to our back body and think of all of the people, experiences, ancestors that were necessary to get you to be precisely in this place right now. Think of everything and everyone whose wisdom in their best moments are with you right at your back. in everything that you do. And you can start to you breathe again, noticing that in your body, you're carrying all of this, including at your core, just below your belly button, your values that inform everything that you do. And you can breathe into that and then exhaling, imagine that you're emanating that throughout your body. And I invite you to just take a couple more deep breaths. If you have closed your eyes, if you can gently open them and look around the room, name a few colors to yourself to remember where we are, that we're being held here in this space. Thank you for allowing me to guide you through that. And I start with that because it's a reminder of all the things that all the resources that we as human beings carry with us wherever we go. And it's a practice that I encourage people to do often, especially in the kinds of political moments that we're in, where our humanity is constantly in question. If you're only watching news, if you're only, watching things unfolding in real time. And as people who care about students, that we are also in roles where we can remind people, might remind them that they have these tools at their disposal as well. So with that, I hope you feel grounded, and we are going to talk about some hard things, right? We're going to talk about immigrants and the ways that they're being portrayed in this moment and have been in other moments as well. So first, I want to be clear, when I am talking about immigrants, there are these ways that public discourse makes it sound like you're either undocumented or you are a US citizen, and there's so much else to it. And the ways that being undocumented, how that is discussed with words that are dehumanizing, as if it were a condition that were inherent to people. And that is absolutely not the case, right? We create through social, political, legal, economic forms, we create that condition, and that varies across time, space. You'll see it means something different across institutions, across states and localities. And so, to be very clear, there's nothing inherent about being undocumented. And that's not the only group that is made vulnerable right now, right? Undocumented people, so that you understand, unauthorized people is another word for it, are here, are living without the legal permission to reside in this country. There are also other folks who are made vulnerable when they're not citizens. They might not even be legal permanent residents, which is another big category. They might just have temporary statuses, and that includes often having a protection from deportation and having a work permit are the big parts to that. And that includes categories like DACA, Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, and temporary protected status, but also people who are have filed for an asylum case. So they're not actually undocumented, but they're not yet in a more protected category. People who applied for various kinds of visas might be in that category as well, right? In general, as you see here, most immigrants are naturalized. The largest group of them, there's a big group that are lawful permanent residents, but then you have these other categories, just for you to have a sense of who we're talking about. Another thing you should understand is that a lot of folks live in mixed status families, meaning that people within a single family and single household might have different statuses. And that means something for what they can access in terms of resources, what protections count for them or not. And this really deeply affects students again, right? So even if your students are born in the US, it may be that they're members of these mixed status families. And in fact, we know that 4.4 million children currently live with at least one undocumented parent. And of those, 1.5 million are US citizens themselves. So keep in mind, right, it's not just the undocumented immigrants who are impacted by everything that's going on. Immigration policy is messy. It's hard to understand. Immigration lawyers themselves will always talk about how hard it is just to keep on top of things, right? On one level, what makes it hard is that it's being legislated at multiple levels, scales, right? You have the federal immigration law, the Immigration and Nationality Act that includes so many different parts of this, but the main thing that they do is that they get to determine who can come in and who is kicked out of the country. At the state level, although they're not directly creating immigration law, they do get to decide how they want to use their own budget to either make a more inclusive or exclusive environment for immigrants. And then you have local levels, ordinances, practices, choosing whether to be a sanctuary city, for example, which just means that the local police is not going to be communicating with immigration enforcement at a federal level, or you could cooperate. You could decide that your locality is doing that, right? So at any given moment, even when you're in the same state, things could change between one county and another, one city and another, even all within the same country. So that gets messy. On top of that, immigration law is inconsistently enforced. So you can't look at two cases that seem very similar and already know how those cases will end up, right? Like I said, it's this multi-pronged system, but also there's a lot of discretion written into immigration law so that the cops that stop someone for a broken tail light have the discretionary power to decide if in that moment they're going to send this person to ICE or they're just going to let them go with a fine or whatever they want to do. A judge also has that kind of discretionary power. And so again, there's a lot of space for people to make decisions that are not so directly tied to what law says in writing. Another thing that makes it messy is that even if you are an undocumented immigrant, there are lots of other laws that protect you as a worker, as a renter, that protect you as a child, as families, right? And so sometimes these things seem contradictory, and it will depend on whatever specific context you're in, how a case will go. And in this moment, we're seeing that a lot of immigration practice, enforcement in particular, is being controlled through executive action, meaning like things change from day to day and it's one person doing all of the determining of what is happening to immigrants. And so all of that together, along with the way that media represents immigrants, all of it ends up producing a condition of, quote unquote, illegality, what we think of as that condition of being undocumented. And it has cumulative and far reaching effects. And it's important to recognize that, right? In the 21st century, what we've seen is that there's been heightened policing. And this is across the board, bipartisan, across administrations, that instead of only focusing on detaining people at the border, it's really through these agreements, local agreements with sheriff's departments and immigration enforcement agencies, that they've been able to then practice immigration enforcement everywhere throughout the country in the interior, right? Alongside the fact that there's been a real move to identify immigrants as criminal, using language of criminality, even for things that are not technically under the law considered that, right? And so that allowed for, and even to this day, Obama to turn into who they called them the deporter in chief, right? The most deportations happened under his watch. And he contributed, along with presidents prior, Clinton, George Bush, George W. Bush, all of them have been building up this system that makes it possible to now have record deportation numbers and increasingly have a system of detention that is also quite harmful. I think it's important to keep emphasizing this because it's not the story that we hear, that fear of detention and deportation are not only affecting the individual undocumented immigrants, but are actually affecting everyone in their lives, right? Their children, their households, their communities, their places of worship, their places of employment, right? It emanates out into society. To capture some of this with sociologist Cecilia Menjivar, we came up with the term of legal violence because we were finding that the way people talked about how immigration policy shaped their lives sounded so much like what people said when they were at war somewhere, the way they felt targeted in the same ways. And so we want to bring attention to the fact that immigration policies that we're told are meant to protect US citizens actually have a really violent impact on the lives of immigrants, whether they're documented or undocumented, and they add uncertainty to the social fabric of our lives, whether you're immigrant or not, right? And we're seeing this in schools where children will notice if one of their peers is missing and their seat is empty now, that affects how they understand their community, whether or not they are immigrants themselves. In today's context, it feels like an intensified form of legal violence, right? We're seeing, this is a picture from July in LA, in this one part of the city that is known to be a destination for recent immigrants. They came at a time when no one was around and really are practicing this kind of like political theater of warfare against immigrants. And it happened throughout the city. That's really, a visual of what is happening individually in all of these places where people are being detained in very violent ways. And so the current context, just to give you bits and pieces of it, because it's so much that it's hard to really, grasp at all of it at the same time. There are always threats of increased deportations. The numbers are not yet at where Obama's numbers were, but deportations are very visible. We are at record numbers of detentions. We're seeing new practices of who's prioritized for deportation. So we're not really protecting students in ways that we would have before. We're not protecting people who have even some access to temporary statuses. And we're seeing different procedures where people are fast-tracked and being removed to countries they're not even from. We're also seeing indiscriminate deportations in the sense that, they claim that they're going, quote, for the worst first. And the vast majority of people who are being detained have no criminal records at all. In fact, over 71% do not have any criminal convictions. And of the ones who do, it's often related to immigration, having been caught trying to cross the border. That counts as a criminal conviction. In all of this, it's important to note that legal permanent residents and citizens are also being made vulnerable, right? We are seeing people being detained due to racial profiling and due to political speech. We saw what happened to Mahmoud Khalil, who was held in detention for 104 days for practicing free speech. And so we're seeing the erosion of the rights of immigrants as a first step toward broader erosion of rights. The Trump administration has made moves that are particularly damaging for students. One of the first things they did in January, as soon as they got into the office, they rescinded policies that protected what were known as sensitive areas from immigration enforcement. And so schools, hospitals, places of worship that were before kind of thought of as being, not places where they'd come, now they are allowed to, even though they keep claiming they don't. We've seen footage of them coming in LA. They were showing up outside of graduations for elementary schools. And so even if, to my knowledge, they haven't entered schools, they are definitely around schools and causing students to be so afraid, parents to be so afraid of being in the vicinity of a school even. And so it means that all of it is adding up to a lot of psychological strain for students and their families. A lot of teachers have had to figure out how to support families in encouraging them to make plans, legal plans for what would happen to their kids if they are detained and deported, who can take legal responsibility for them, where will the kid go so that they're not immediately taken into child protective services or something like that, where it'll be harder to find them. And then for our students, we also have to worry about the fact that this is only getting bigger, right? The budget keeps granting more money for ICE enforcement. At the same time that they're taking money away from USCIS, the US Citizenship and Immigration Services, which is the arm of DHS that helps people get through the citizenship process, right? So there's less resources for that part of the process and much more for enforcement. And they're attacking birthright citizenship and they're attacking DACA. And so it's affecting more and more categories of people. In higher education, we should be paying attention to what is happening with in-state tuition. So in April, Trump passed or signed the executive action protecting American communities from criminal aliens. And among the many things included in this executive action, they want to get rid of in-state higher education tuition. They say California since 2001 has had Assembly Bill 540, which allowed California-based students who are undocumented, if they graduated from a California high school, to be able to pay in-state tuition at California schools. And this is huge because in-state tuition is like 10 times less than international student tuition, which is what they would be required to pay if they didn't qualify for this. And so Texas, Florida have already rescinded this. There were over 20 states that had now implemented in-state tuition for their undocumented students, and now slowly more and more are getting, following these orders, basically. I don't know how California is going to do with this, but so far we still have AB 540. And so it's daunting. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff that our students are facing. And what I am trying to think about now is, okay, what do we already know? Students have been in difficult situations for a long time. How have they managed to build such a vibrant immigrant rights movement. How did we get there? And so I want to share with you just some of their words in the long trajectory that I have of doing work with undocumented young people. I started in 2001 working with high school students. And at the time, I was going from having been an admissions officer at a college. And so I was encouraging all these students to apply to college. And so little by little, I started to learn that several of them didn't qualify for things. And that's how I got into this work. I met people who were incredibly outgoing, confident, involved at school, doing great. And then the topic of being undocumented would come up and they would freeze. This person that I'm going to talk about right now, I name Elizabeth here. She was one of the more popular kids at her school, very involved, straight A student, all the things, and very bubbly personality. And when I brought it up, she suddenly shrunk in her seat, and it felt, she looked like she was holding her stomach. Just visibly, you could tell that she struggled with talking about what it meant to be undocumented. And she said, well, I feel ashamed. I debated so many times whether to tell my counselor, because you're just scared to tell somebody because you don't know what they're going to think. And you're just so scared of that reaction because you do feel inferior to somebody because you don't have the same rights as they do. You feel inferior because you know they have more rights than you. And this is the 16-year-old who everyone on her campus knew her, but she couldn't bring herself to tell her counselor, who is someone that she should be able to trust as she's figuring out what is the next step in terms of college, right? The college students that I spoke with later talked about how this plays out if they did get to go to college, even if they were paying in-state tuition, if they didn't know what happened with them after graduation, the kind of stress that means for them. Like, what am I building toward if there's nothing once I'm done with this, right? This is a person that I call India. There was so much frustration and there was so much stress. I went straight into the mode of if I didn't know if the DREAM Act was going to happen, so I had to save up money. It was just so always on, and I never had time to actually stop and feel anything and think anything and dissect anything and take anything apart, because it was always, I have to go to work, I have to go to work, I have to go to work, I have to go to work. I haven't eaten, but I have to go to work, and I have to sleep, and I have to wake up in 5 hours. You become so robotic, and there's not enough time to be a person and process anything when you're going through that kind of schedule. And so for some folks, particularly the ones who went into higher education, despite all of these barriers, the way that they got through was just to work their way through and not think about what comes next. And that's also, really difficult in terms of your long-term health and mental health, right? So what we learned from these times, before there was DACA, before there were other possibilities to earn a college degree and work in your chosen field, there was a lot of shame, there was a lot of fear, there was distrust of the people who were supposed to be the ones helping you in your schools. That led to a lack of motivation for a lot of folks, so they didn't continue on. And overall, even if they did, they were dealing with chronic stress and anxiety that over the long term are going to block your economic, educational, family well-being, your own well-being, right? I want to, keep highlighting that all of this affects different people in different ways, and it's not only undocumented folks. I've also done interviews with US citizen siblings of undocumented young people, and this is someone I call Cesar, who was 21 years old at the time of the interview in 2014, And in that moment, both of his parents had just gotten their green cards, meaning like they now had some stability. And the older undocumented brother had just qualified for DACA. And this is how we talked about, he's the first one born in the US, so he's a US citizen. This is how he talked about his own experience. He said, I always lived with that same fear of everything, as if I were the target. I never felt immune to what happens to immigrants because we're a close family. I never felt completely like a citizen until now that nothing and nobody can kick them out. And as a child, I'd be in the car with my father and we'd see the police, and I felt the same fear he felt. We'd be in the car and my father drove perfectly so that no one would stop him. Right. So even when your family's not talking about this and they're not trying to instill fear in you, as a child, you pick up on that fear. Right. And you can also internalize some of that, even if no one's saying a word about it. So what I found with the US citizen siblings is that they experienced their status as citizens and as a very painful thing. They were alienated from it. It caused a lot of extra responsibilities because if they were the only ones who were not going to be deported for driving a car, then they were going to start driving at 13. You know, if they were the only ones who were not going to get deported, they were going to be sent to do adult things to protect the family. So there's those sorts of responsibilities. There's the added expectations that they had because it's presumed in these families that if you do have citizenship, then you can get everything that this country offers or claims to offer, right? And so it's difficult to navigate that as a child. It's difficult to navigate it as a student. We're seeing that a lot right now with our college students whose parents are undocumented, not knowing whether to apply for FAFSA because they don't want to give their parents information, not knowing how to navigate any of that, plus having to translate what these ongoing changes to immigration law are. It feels like every day to their families in a moment when, even if we're not in that situation, it's hard to keep up, right? So they're doing that work for their families while they're trying to be students, but also not knowing how this is going to come down on them. And so it's easy to get alienated from US citizenship when that's your case. And yet, despite all of this, what is truly amazing is that undocumented youth and folks in mixed status families really did find a way to build such a strong, thriving national social movement that thrived even in places like Arizona and Alabama, where they had the kinds of policies that are very similar to what we're seeing at a national level now. And they did it by being well connected, meeting each other, talking to one another, finding their allies, finding and developing the tools to connect with others, telling their stories, and making claims based on what they learned about why their story is not about them being at fault for being here in the first place. And they built this vibrant movement that, you know, at one point was going around yelling, you know, undocumented and unafraid. Then they added queer, trans, and unashamed. And it was a group that, while initially they started really being focused on education and access to college education in particular, they started to push as they understood the situation better and better and developed more critical analysis that they needed to push further. They, through their civil disobedience acts, they started to realize also that it's not just them, but also their families, their communities that are being criminalized. And so they pushed against criminalizing legislation, against detention, the practice of detention. They pushed for expansion of health insurance and kept pushing for the end of detention because they understood that these were the tools being used, not just against them, but against a lot of other people who were even in more vulnerable positions than them. And so to think about how did they get there, a lot of the work seems to have been along this process of healing. That's one of the ways to understand it. And that's part of what I want to share with you in this one piece that is forthcoming with Tara Fiorito. We examined these narratives of activists in particular who were undocumented during this time throughout the 2010s. So India, who I mentioned, who was like always working, she talked about this moment where she, after working myself to death, then there were these people just hanging out, and they're undocumented, but they're just happy going out to dinner. It was just very different. It was a safer place for me to start kind of coming back into the world. So many of the people we spoke to had these moments where they can suddenly see other undocumented folks and they're like fully human. Like they go out to dinner, they laugh at jokes. Like the level of dehumanization is so strong that they can't even really see themselves as being able to step into the space of a full human being until they have these encounters, especially with others who are in their same situation. And so it's that, and then it's also having someone really see them. They would say like feeling seen was so important. This is Fabiola, who says, my senior year, my friend, she was one of my really close friends. She made me this little fake social security card. It was like this little paper, and she put this picture of me, and then she put my soccer number and her soccer number and the year we graduated. That's what she made. That's what she made for the social security number. So it was like, she cares. And I bring up this story because it feels so minor, but this interview happened like 8 years after. And it was still a moment that this student reflected on, where someone saw her as more than just an undocumented immigrant, where someone reminded her that she's human, even if she doesn't have that paper in particular. And so those moments are the kinds of things that educators can also help provide. Part of what educators can do is to help to promote the spaces where the students will find each other, because what happens once they do in these campus undocumented support groups is that they'll get to really start to understand their situations on a structural level. So this is Sol, and Sol says, I think it is that initial step of just being able to be surrounded by other undocumented people and be like, you're undocumented, I'm undocumented. That's kind of cool. You're not alone. I think that's the biggest barrier that we have to overcome sometimes, is recognizing that you're not alone, because that's really what I thought when I first found out. Because when your counselor is telling you, you can't do this, and society is telling you this, and you see yourself in the media represented as something, you just feel really alone. So the undocumented student support group was that rock for me that I just used to make leaps and bounds. People recognized how meaningful it was to have that support with other students who are in their same situation. And in those conversations, begin to care for the group, for themselves. And that's what allowed them to continue to develop a critical consciousness toward more change. Maya says, I remember in the beginning when I joined this activist organization that was now further from just the campus one. And especially for the disobedience actions, every single meeting was either at my or somebody else's house. I would refuse for us to meet in an office, and I would always make food. People would come and we would eat first, and we would check in first, and then we would work. And that always feels right. It goes beyond just working together. It is really building family and understanding why. That is not just like a hippie concept of like, we're all one and peace and love, but no, we are, and we have to be, because we are so right now separated from each other, and more we are put against each other, that we have to recognize the beauty within us, because that is the one thing that they cannot take away from us. It is our own spirits and our own hope. They can put me in jail, and they did, but they can't take away who I am. So a lot of these conversations kept coming back to reinforcing your own humanity, and then working from there to figure out what is the system that we're fighting against that has put us in this situation. Sam, who was very involved politically, says, you know, the same thing is connected to organizing as well, because you know you're advocating for yourself, your family. These people matter. And because we've been ingrained with oppression, we have been taught to hate ourselves, to hate our communities. A lot of folks see their undocumented families or their immigrant families in a negative light because maybe we don't have the things that are attributed to success in the United States. So we think very negatively about our parents and about our siblings. And so that impacts our mental and emotional health and our self-esteem and the relationships that we have with our family members. So personal health, being able to recognize yourself as valuable, your community, your family is valuable, so that you have the strength to fight for them because you have to believe that it's worth it. Sam was really wise and then explained how that then moved to the action, the kinds of actions that they were taking, this understanding that our healing is connected to social justice, because the reasons why we're undergoing depression, undergoing whether it's chronic pain, all of those have to do with systems of power, of whether you're able to have access to food, access to parks, access to healthcare. All of those things that are denied to our community contribute to all of the illnesses and pain that exist within our community. And so when we heal ourselves, it's not just a matter of personal health, it's a matter of social change, because we're able to understand how our individual self is connected to a larger whole and the community. And so just to remind us, right, the things that came up from all of this is about a need to feel seen, to feel recognized as a full human being, to have the space to care for a community of people who are living through similar situations, and then having the tools to make the connection about the structural forces behind the conditions that someone is living. And so we are in this moment, and it is a difficult one, but it doesn't mean that there's nothing that we can do. Taking a cue from these lessons from undocumented students, just thinking about how we as educators can also create spaces and enact practices that validate students and families' humanity in a moment when they're being talked about as if they're not fully human. And I started with the grounding in that because we can also feel that way, right? We are so, caught up in the chaos that is by design that way, that we also have to ground ourselves in our own humanity to be able to do this work. And we do it by being supported in very visible ways, right? In the time of AB 540 in California, it was about putting stickers on your door and letting students know that they can trust you, that you're an ally. Now it might look different. What are ways that you can make that support visible? Hanging signs, selecting inclusive materials in the classroom, utilizing your role as an educator to really focus on the holistic needs of students. And LA, that has been targeted for months now, it's really led to teachers being so active and visible about their support, showing up outside of schools with welcoming signs. On the first day of classes, at a lot of schools, just letting families know we want you here, you're welcome here, trying to serve as that kind of space for them. We also want to help build the possibility for community care, help demand spaces for students to feel safe on campus talking about these conversations, be a source of solidarity and comfort for them. And of news, but first you want to make sure that you've double checked that the news is correct, because there's also just so much misinformation that we want to really model double checking and confirming information before you pass it on, knowing what resources are available, connecting students and their families to those, keeping materials on hand, red cards that tell people what their rights are if they are approached by ICE, or police, contributing to mutual aid efforts in your community. All of that can happen. In LA, we've really seen people get organized, and I know this is true across the country. I just happen to be based in LA, where this summer over 1,000 teachers got trained on how to patrol their neighborhoods for any immigration enforcement activity. And so teachers are driving around in these cars, these vans that label them as people who are documenting what's happening. And they're just taking it into their own hands to protect their students and their communities. And it means that it forces even the superintendent to be very vocal about it. This is the superintendent of LAUSD who has very visibly, openly come out in support of immigrant families, immigrant students, saying they will not allow immigration to come onto their campuses. And so at least there is, some space for counter narratives. As educators, we want to be part of the transformation as well, staying informed about what happens. I know it's a lot to take on, but at least taking stock of what's possible within your classroom, your school, your district, what needs to change and who has the power to make those changes, who is already doing work that you can get involved with. At a grassroots level, in different kinds of community or political organizations, advocating on every level that is accessible to you, and really drawing on your role as an educator, the moral authority that gives you in a moment when, again, all of that is in question, like really standing in that from a place of humanity. So I will leave it there, and I thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions if folks have them. And also, not just questions, I would really welcome if people have ideas about practices that are working in communities that you're familiar with. The more we share, the better.
Yeah, thank you so much for your talk, Dr. Abrego. I think it was really powerful for you to contextualize this current moment as not one isolated moment of fear, but also that it's a part of a larger history of US empire and of control over immigrant populations and their relatives as well. I guess I can start off with a question kind of as a moderator. I was really curious and really touched by the fact that you mentioned activist groups on campuses and how they are affirming spaces for undocumented students and students who are affected by immigration policy generally. And something that I was curious about is here at Stanford, we have affinity groups, we have activist groups, but how do we protect and support them while there's also concurrent attacks on campuses in terms of speech that can be shared on campuses, activism generally, and even just blatant attacks on diversity and equity?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, this moment is not unique, and there are parts that feel really new in terms of the level of surveillance, the number of attacks across institutions. Higher education is definitely in a moment where we're seeing its neoliberal tendencies come out so much more than I think they made explicit in the past. At my institution, it feels like it's a moment when the whole set of values that we all thought we were there for is in question. And it has been that way for a few years now, but now under the reality that we're also being targeted by the federal government, it feels like a moment where it's possible to then get rid of things that they didn't really want to support in the first place. And so it is about figuring out how to navigate that. Supporting students can happen in a lot of different ways. Some of that work is in the classroom, in actual classes. Some of that work is outside of the classroom, supporting through however the students themselves want that support. I do feel fortunate that on my campus, there's a long history of undocumented student activism, and they have been able to make demands so that they've gotten the things, to some extent, the things that they have asked for. And so we know that those channels are in place, and it's easy to find them, to know how to go support. I imagine that there are ways to do that on different campuses, but it really takes more people coming together to be in conversation about everything that's happening. Even, this week we had a legislative assembly meeting on my campus, right? We just started the quarter, but everything feels like it's chaos, and we're all walking around trying to, do everything we have to do. And suddenly there's this meeting, and hundreds of us show up, and people are sharing what they're feeling, what their worries are, what's being taken away, what's happening all over campus. And even just being in that space and hearing that was useful as a reminder, like, none of us are alone, even though we're feeling that we are alone. So like actually coming together, different people were tied to different sectors of students, some really focusing on transgender students, some really focusing on international students, some on undocumented students. And so knowing that there are folks doing work with different communities and then tapping into wherever you can, I think is important.
Thank you.
Hola, profesora. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much for all this wonderful information. I am a DACA recipient. I'm a second-year PhD here at the GSE. And a follow-up to that question. So how can us students advocate for ourselves in an institution that takes a very neutral approach?
Yeah, and that honestly is what is happening everywhere. Like I said, we at UCLA have a long history of advocacy, activism for undocumented students. Not anymore. Right now, the current administration has chosen not to make any public statements. And whereas in the past, in the first Trump administration, there was immediately a council focused on advising the chancellor on changing immigration policies, and students were made aware, and there were extra resources, and they're not doing any of that right now. And so sadly, it's not unique. And what I think is important is just to emphasize the people within, right? The faculty, the staff, they are still, trying to figure out, how do we show up for our students? So I would say, don't right now in this moment, don't look for the institutions to put out those statements and explicitly do that work in the way that we've seen in the past, but know that that doesn't automatically mean that there's nothing. And we can talk, because there's also, you want to think carefully about what you make public and what you don't, right? In a lot of ways, it feels like we're going back to like pre-AB 540 California, right? Where a lot of students were going to community college and not paying international student fees, but you don't share that information. You don't publish that information, right? There's those kinds of channels that probably already exist or need to be created, that are not the things that you publicize, right? Because educators want to be helpful. And so you hope that you'll be able to find the right people to know that they're going to help out in whatever ways are possible, and just don't expect the institution to be doing it in this moment. Those things matter, but I believe it matters more that you have the support directly from educators, staff members, other students.
Muchas gracias.
Hi, I'm Georgina Justice from University of San Francisco. And you had referred to the dynamic that's happening of the binary. You've got undocumented and US citizen, but there's actually a whole lot in between. I'm wondering what you have seen that's effective in helping us shift the narrative away from the binary.
The binary, yeah, it serves the purpose of, making people think like there's this one group and so everyone's thrown under there. It depends on the context. Sometimes it does feel kind of like that binary. Right now, it feels like that binary works because everybody's being targeted across those categories. In other moments, people really fight to be clear. No, we are TPS. No, we are DACA. And so it depends on the context of whether you do want to, fight that or not. I highlight it in all my work because there are differences in experience. There are differences in histories of how they came to be, how those categories came to exist. And I think that's valuable. Temporary protected status, for example, is something that Salvadoran refugees had to fight for to create. And when that category was started, now it includes, a couple million people from different countries around the world. Those experiences are unique because in this moment they're fighting together, and it's not it's a really racially ethnically diverse group that is fighting for rights that allows for organizing and connecting that is different than what you find in other groups. But depending on what the fight is, if it is just to end the current practices of enforcement, then it matters less that you're creating this binary. So I would consider, when does it matter? How does it matter? To emphasize what those differences are. There have been presidents who have prioritized only certain groups of people to be deported. And so these categories matter more in those moments if they really are in practice protected from deportation. In this moment, they're not. And so, I say that just to keep in mind, like, your goal in breaking down the binary to then decide how it matters to explain it to people.
Great. We have a question online, so Dr. Martinez will be reading it out.
I'll read. This question is from Derek Heck, who's joining us remotely. Hi, Derek. Thanks for your question. Derek says, thank you for grounding this work within a broader political history and for adding language to legal violence. While you're based in Los Angeles, and you may have mentioned this, are you connecting to a broader landscape of folks working across the country, sharing legal strategies and schooling practices, et cetera? To that end, are there some strategies that might leverage AI for organizing, disseminating those strategies?
Interesting question. In some ways, yes, I'm in circles with educators working across states. Some are national organizations as well from the previous waves of organizing that have led to national organizations. I'm always trying to stay informed about all of it. But like I mentioned, immigration policy, the way it plays out, it really varies from place to place for all of the reasons that I laid out. And so some strategies that work in some places won't work in others. I think it's important to have a sense of the national landscape, and at the same time, you have to be very clear about what's possible where you are based on local ordinances, based on local practices, institutional practices even, right? I am not a fan of AI to the extent that I can avoid it. I try to, so I don't really know how to engage that question. In part because of the devastating environmental consequences of it, in part because I really feel like it erodes, all of those things that make us human, our creativity, our ability to connect, our thinking, which is so core to how work is meaningful to me. And so I don't want to give that away. I'm sure I'm missing out on things. And I'm sure that there are people out there who will figure out, hopefully, how to use some of this toward social justice, because it doesn't seem like it's going away. So I don't have much more to offer than that.
Thank you so much, Professora. My question is, There's a group of us who are being directly affected by this. I personally am having a really hard time having these conversations with my white professors. And I'm wondering if you could talk about, like, maybe even give suggestions as to how to go about that. Like, I certainly did not have this experience in undergrad, and I was actually an undergrad at UCLA, where professors were very supportive. We talked about it, or they at least made that comment, right? Of like, if you need support, we're here. And here, there's nothing being done. Like, I don't know any groups. I actually just found about one yesterday, but it wasn't even through my professors. It was through an event that I happened to be able to go to. So if you can maybe talk about that, like, yeah, how we can have these conversations with professors where also they don't end up looking at us in a way where they're just like obviously sorry about the situation, but then they treat you a certain way.
Yeah, that is real, right? Not every educator is going to know or feel the same way about all the things that matter to us. I've been here all day and I've witnessed what seems like a super supportive community. And so it gives me hope that there are folks and circles that you can tap into to start to figure out where are the spaces, where is the support. Besides what is available on campus, I always suggest to students, if it is available to them, if they have the time, if they have the resources to be able to move around in the space outside of the campus, to find who's organizing. And the more you are fortified by that kind of critical thinking and moving and community, I think it's easier to then discern when do you want to invest your emotional energy into teaching someone who isn't already there. And when do you recognize, like, this is a space where I just need to check off this requirement and my energy is going to be invested in these other ways instead, right? Because at least for me at this stage in my life, not every fight is my fight. And it's just, I can't, it's not humanly possible to do it all. So developing that discernment is easier when you are coming from, a backing of community. That would be my advice. Maybe others have ideas. Jackie is a student here now, so.
We have time, so not that we need to switch from questions to dialogue, but I did hear you, Dr. Abrego, say, first of all, thank you so much for all your words and insights and the kind of powerful framing. You've given us a lot to think about, but I know there are people in this room who have lots to say about this and people who might want to chime in, and I appreciate and kind of want to recognize that I heard you welcome that as well. So you said not just questions, but comments, ideas, suggestions. So just a reminder, elevating Dr. Abrego's encouragement to share ideas beyond just questions now, so we can hold space for that now as well. And also more questions.
Hi, my name is Rosalilia and I'm from the San Fernando Valley. And I thank you so much for being here. And during June, we had a lot of attacks in our community. And I really appreciate you sharing about how the community is responding, because one thing that we're doing is getting together, and it was adopting a corner where the workers are, and also trying to raise funds. So all the artists are getting together, all the musicians, fundraising whatever way we can. And I know it's a lot of work, but I also know that, like, I'm here and they're over there, and I'm trying my best to also figure out how to chime and also how can we support communities that are, because I love how you mentioned to continue supporting the movements that are already happening outside the institution. And that's one thing that I'm thinking about, and how can we support also the communities that are around us, because sometimes I do feel that there's a gap between Stanford and the communities outside that are doing the work and how to also create that bridge ourselves.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I mean, I also think it is by design that, places like this are distanced from local communities. And so it takes work to physically go and find those connections, build those connections. This is where I think technology might also play a role. Are there ways that you can connect and support using those kinds of tools when you can't physically be present somewhere, right? What understanding first, like your own well of energy is not infinite. So based on what you have available to give, what is both meaningful and plausible, feasible, right? That you can actually do, that won't, take you further than you can handle. And there's lots of ways that I've seen people do really meaningful things that might be, helping to draft a document of something that they're going to use in a meeting, even if you can't go to that meeting, but you drafted the thing already, right? Just to give you like a tiny example of the things that you can do with the skills that you're learning here. If you can go and be present physically, great, go build those links with people, those connections that are meaningful, and figure out then how can you play a role there. You can help set up and do like the physical labor of it. You could do it so many levels, right? The need is big, and so it doesn't take only one way of doing things. And wherever you're able to do that while also maintaining your own health, because I just see this over and over where people they overdo it because they're so committed and their heart is in the right place, but you also burn out and then you can't do anything for a long time. So, I emphasize that part, which is another thing that I learned from all of this research, is that the burnout is real. And so, how do we aware of ourselves and what we can offer, our skills, but also our energy, then move from that point to kind of step in whatever way is meaningful to people. And you can do that from afar, or you can, like, if you are being called to connect locally, then go and do that too. I don't think it's going to hurt anyone if you feel a sense of belonging in more than one place. There's a question here or comment.
Oh, yes, I will.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abrigo. I just had a comment that's actually building off of the point that you just made, which is that there are so many different ways to do this activism, and that doesn't always necessarily have to be creating signs, going on marches. But like Dr. Abrigo was saying, there's a lot of labor involved in doing this activist work. And so, especially thinking about kind of typically feminized roles that we don't really see kind of at the forefront. I mean, like Dr. Stovall was saying, like cooking, buying the groceries, childcare. I think that these are all interconnected in very interpersonal ways that we can kind of make small differences in the everyday.
Thank you for this expansive and thoughtful talk, and also for grounding us at the start. I guess I'm curious about thinking about this work like broadly, right? Expansively, like trying to confront state violence in the places that we live in the communities and with the people we care about is it's also like a type of work that is inherently, it requires that you be prepared to take certain risks. And I guess I remember during the first Trump administration at the high school where I was working at, we developed like a sanctuary team, and we had a kind of like a transparent process that was like, and then we had like a closed door conversation about like who was willing to do what if like everything hit the fan, right? And so I guess like, what do you do? I guess, well, it's a two-part question. Like one is like, to what extent is a space like the certain academic venue the space for that kind of a conversation or not? And then also like, what do you do, or what advice do you have for folks to be able to simultaneously take risks and protect themselves to be able to take the risks again? Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying earlier, not everything should be published, made explicit. So I'm Salvadoran. I was born in El Salvador. My family fled during the Civil War, and I got to visit when the war was still going on several times. And in these times, I think a lot about that, about like, how did people get through such violent times? How did people get through these moments where like, I was a teenager and we'd be at a restaurant with family at the end of a day, and I didn't really understand what was going on, but all of a sudden we'd be in the middle of a meal and a song would come on. I didn't even realize that's what, I just know that all of a sudden everyone's picking up their stuff and they're running out the door. And they had to explain to me later that a song, a political song, was being played in that space. And if the military had come in at that moment, we would all be dead. It didn't matter who chose to play it. And so I think about that, about the fact that people got through that. Not, a lot of people died. A lot of people did take risks that made them the face of the movement against such repression. There's a lot of people who, still have unresolved trauma around all of it. And that's not all that they are, right? They also have continued on and do really meaningful things with their lives. And so I think about like, what do you need to get through something like this? There will be the big risk takers who, will be the face of things, and that will lead to certain outcomes that might be death, might be torture, might be, other things, and long-term trauma. There will be others who, even if they stayed quiet, they happened to be at the restaurant when the song played and the military came by, right? So I think that you don't have to be one or the other to get through, that there are so many ways to do that. I think about the ways that my tia had a space in the back of the house in this, if you looked at it from outside, it was like a storage space. Like you couldn't even tell that there was any space to go in there, but there was a way to get in under a table. And she had a flashlight and she had books. And that's where she would go, covered up in what seemed like just a storage space, to read the books that had been banned, to stay informed, right? I think of all of that. And I think that too is resistance. I think of the ways that then she would use her position in the government, or, to allow people to get the paperwork they needed to leave, how, like so many ways. And so I think that along that giant spectrum of possibilities, that people need to tap into, okay, what am I willing to risk? What am I willing to do? How might that affect others in my life? Where am I in all of this, to act from there? In the Know Your Rights trainings for immigrants in LA, I imagine it's similar around the country. They talk about this idea of like, okay, if you're not someone who sees themselves right now, like putting yourself, in front of the cops and getting arrested, and if you haven't done something like that, maybe don't assume you're going to do this tomorrow, like work your way toward that. So do one little thing that goes against the rules and kind of practice moving in that direction so you can figure out. It's not like you were born to be that person or not. You can actually sort of work your way towards that if that's your goal. But just be clear, because it's helpful for you and it's helpful for the others to know. Are you going to be, pushing to that level? Or should I not expect you to do that? So we're clear on who's doing what. So I share all of that to say, like, I do see it as an expansive set of possibilities of how we get through. And I also think that there's space for us to take some agency over what we are and are not willing to do, depending on our own circumstances. So yeah, I have a mom who grew up in that environment, who had to vote with a weapon to her head, and so politics to her is like this thing that you do not get involved in. She's constantly stressing about what I post on Facebook. And so I think, like, oh my God, this would kill my mother if I got arrested. This would kill my mother, And so there are these things that you have to consider about, like, how far are you willing to go? How many conversations can I have with her about, this is what I do for a job, and this is what I believe in, and this is, so again, there is some agency that you can own and figure out where along this vast spectrum are you going to get involved and how. What are you willing and able to risk?
Well, I just really wanted to thank you for this talk. And I think as somebody who comes from a mixed status family, it was very powerful for you to talk about not just the effects on undocumented immigrants, but also their children and the long-term effects of the pervasiveness of immigration in this country. And yeah, I guess I really also value that you emphasized humanity, not in terms of like if somebody deserves to be in the US. I think oftentimes in movements or other spaces, it can be easy to say, well, we shouldn't deport this person because their daughter's at Stanford, or we shouldn't deport this person because they don't have a criminal record. And that can become a very slippery slope where we're actually only upholding certain images of what a good immigrant is while ignoring the humanity of all immigrants in the US. So I just really wanted to thank you for bringing humanity, emphasizing it, and also calling us as educators, as researchers, and as just like members of the community to really like speak up for humanity and like affirming immigrant communities in this time of like heightened insecurity. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Again, Dr. Abrego, for this amazing talk, really insightful and inspiring comments, emotional. Yes, I mean, you've given us stuff to feel and think about deeply, so thank you for that. We're gonna maybe take like what do you have, 3 minutes? 3 to 5 minute bio break, and then we'll get started with the final session. But can you all please join me once again in thanking our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Lacy Abrego. Thank you so much. Turn it over to Nayeli Aceves, one of our doctoral students, who's going to introduce her colleagues, her peers. So Nayeli, please. Thank you.
Yeah. So just want to welcome everyone back and thank you for coming today. So I have the pleasure of introducing our 3 panelists, and this session is really going to be about learning from our students' commitments and their visions. And so they're all experts in their own right, and they bring such incredible wisdom in stewarding thought. So I will go ahead and introduce them. So the first student we have is Estefania Rodriguez Sanchez. Let's give her a round of applause. I will read her bio in a bit, but the next panelist is Alexandria. Let's give her a round of applause. And Jacqueline. Starting with Estefania. She is a queer Colombian abolitionist educator dedicated to radically transforming public education. With over 15 years of experience as a middle school ethnic studies teacher, instructional coach, and consultant, she supports educators in implementing critical pedagogies transformative justice, and community-based education to work in solidarity with students and their families. A fierce advocate for centering the joy and knowledge of Black, Brown, and queer children, Estefania is currently a PhD student at Stanford University's Graduate School of Education in the Race, Inequality, and Language in Education program. Her research examines the identity development and radicalization of abolitionist educators of color, exploring how their ethos and pedagogies can influence the lives of young people. She holds a Master of Education in Instructional Leadership from the Harvard Graduate School of Education and a Bachelor of Science in Social Studies Education from Boston University. Grounded in the wisdom of her community, elders, and the legacies of freedom fighters, Estefania sees education as a tool for liberation. Alexandria, she, her, is a third-year PhD student in RILE and CTE. Before Stanford, Alexandria was an elementary educator and union organizer in North Philadelphia, and before this was a preschool teacher in Oakland. Alexandria's research considers how young Black learners reflect on the role of discipline at school in shaping their conceptions of morality. While at Stanford, Alexandria has worked in legal spaces through the Court Listening Project and has taught interdisciplinary courses in San Bruno Jail through the Stanford Jail and Prison Education Project. She thinks about the role of carcerality in educational spaces and society at large, and does so through reimagining futures through an abolitionist praxis. Jacqueline Rivera Orellana is a fourth-year doctoral candidate at the Graduate School of Education, enrolled in the Race, Inequality, and Language in Education and Curriculum Studies and Teacher Education programs. She is a former elementary bilingual teacher and literacy specialist in Los Angeles and Newark, New Jersey. She has dedicated her professional trajectory to the examination and rectification of systemic inequalities entrenched within educational paradigms. Most recently, she has undertaken an in-depth exploration into the practices of the development of critical consciousness among students, with a particular emphasis on its manifestation through literacy practices and dialogic teaching. Central to her research agenda is a fervent advocacy for historically marginalized student populations, seeking to empower them with agency within an educational environment traditionally predisposed towards their disenfranchisement. Through her prolific dissemination of research findings via numerous conference presentations, including at the American Educational Research Association, also known as AERA, and a book chapter publication, she is driven by a deep commitment to enact meaningful change within educational structures, ensuring equitable opportunities for historically marginalized students. So let's give them another round of applause for being here today. So we're going to go ahead and start with some prompts, and I want the panelists to raise their hands if any of these statements resonate. Raise your hand if your research emerges from your own lived experiences or those of loved ones. Raise your hand if you've ever been told your work is too political. Raise your hand if you see your research as a way of standing in solidarity with the communities you care about and communities facing struggle. Raise your hand if you've ever been the only one in an academic space. Raise your hand if you've ever had to push back against deficit views in your research field. As you can see, this work is really important, and making sure that we are uplifting not only just the wisdom, but also ways of thinking and in stewarding thought. So thank you so much for participating in that. We're going to go ahead now and move on to some questions. And at the end, we will have some time for a Q&A. So my first question for our panelists is, how does your research connect to communities facing struggle right now?
Go first.
You got it.
Okay. Can you read the question again?
Yes. The question is, how does your research connect to communities facing struggle right now?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I'm really excited to just be able to have a conversation. I know we're up here like on a stage, but I hope that we can engage in a conversation and not just, I don't want to lecture. I think my work, so my work is centered around critical radical insert teacher, specifically teachers who self-identify as abolitionists. And when you have that identity, it means that you are consistently engaging in fugitive practices and consistently taking a stance against policies that are violent and harm Black and brown children, which also means that you are at a bigger risk of getting fired, of being surveilled, of just not being supported in schools or in districts, wherever these folks are teaching. And, if you open your eyes and we're like very aware of the current like socio-political climate, like teachers are under attack, especially teachers who are advocating for queer students, advocating for undocumented students, advocating for any marginalized identity of a student. And so I think that my work in supporting teachers is not just like researching their practices and how they got there, but like what supports them in continuing that. I left the classroom after year 11 completely burnt out and thought a PhD would be easier. It is not like teaching. And though I had these like very clear political commitments to students, to teachers, to my community, to the community that I taught in, it is exhausting. And in many ways, I was pushed out because of my views and my approach to teaching. And so I'm hoping that my research will highlight what teachers do as necessary, as beautiful, as community centered, as there is very clear lines with like academic achievement, but that what teachers are doing are coming from a place of love, and not in consistently trying. Like teachers are tired of resisting. They just want to teach. And so I hope that my work will illuminate that teachers just want to teach, and especially with these political commitments to make schools safer for children.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for sticking it out with us till the end. Yeah, I think that the problem area that I focus on impacts Black children who are constantly under attack, who've been under attack for since the foundation of this country. And so I specifically think about the role of like carcerality in early elementary spaces. And I say that they're under attack because oftentimes when thinking of larger conversations around abolition or the school to prison insert metaphor, we forget about the 4-year-olds, the 5-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, the 7-year-olds who are already internalizing and internalizing many of these things, and also like who are already being framed in particular harmful ways. So I would say that they're under attack. And also just something I've been thinking about a lot lately is, what does it mean to be writing with and for and about children, and particularly when there are children in Gaza who are, being unalived daily and who are holding children's press conferences and asking us to listen. And though right now my work centers on, like in uppercase academia, my work centers on Black children in this particular way, this does relate to a larger global problem of anti-Blackness and attacks on youth and the ways in which we don't listen and protect our babies.
Hi, everyone. Thanks again for sticking around as well. Really appreciate it. It's a good venue to just
really express ourselves. And we come from really unique vantage points, so really appreciate it. The communities I focus in supporting and building coalitions with are Brown and Black communities. Teaching, also an elementary school teacher before this. I taught in Newark, New Jersey, where a majority of my student population was either Black, African American, or African. It's like 99%. And then that really taught me a lot about, as a Latina, coming into these spaces and how anti-Black oftentimes the Latino population could be because of some, I don't know, ideas that people think that we're different, but in reality, we're very similar. So I'm bringing in that perspective into my research, as well as teaching in LA, which is, I taught in a school that was 98% Latine, immigrant populations, mainly from like Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, and Mexico. So I use those two like ideas to think about my research, and my research centers around finding linguistic ingenuities across spaces, but also focusing on these literacy practices. So my work centers on language and literacy as a former literacy specialist and elementary school teacher as well, where I often see even my own immigrant parents, also from El Salvador, think that these institutions are be all end all. But in reality, I think oftentimes these institutions, by these institutions, I mean schools and other formalized institutions, are often seen as like the pinnacle, when in reality, there's so much knowledge being produced outside of these spaces. So being a teacher in Newark, as well as in LA, outside of the schools, like in these communities, I would see such fruitfulness happening that I don't know if there's I haven't seen it, at least, this is what I'm trying to research, but a reciprocal relationship between third spaces, home, what is happening in these different spaces that could be utilized and support knowledge production or even literacy practices in school, but also vice versa. And I really think about the text. Like I grew up not really having books in the house, because although my parents, I think, valued education, there was just no physical books. But I did have PBS, and the public broadcasting service was amazing. LeVar Burton was the one who I looked to for connecting me to other worlds in ways that like a text could never, because it didn't exist in my home. So I use these three different like ideas in my life to inform my research today and really investigate, well, my parents learned how to read later in life. Literacy wasn't really a focus, but schooling was. So like, how am I connecting the knowledges outside of these spaces to uplift these linguistic ingenuities that schools may often dismiss, as well as these literacy practices? An environmental text like the TV is a text. When you ask a teacher back in the day, back in the 90s, I'm sure now it'd be different, but they would say, well, you're just watching TV. It's not like a book. But these are some of the ideas that I'm grappling with to see how we can identify these literacy practices and linguistic ingenuities across spaces, specifically temporal and sort of spatial domains as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you for sharing. And my next question is, during this difficult historical moment, what commitments are you reaffirming as a scholar?
This is a very brief answer, because it's also like a thought in progress, being a third year PhD student, feeling like 2 weeks, third year, but like feeling kind of torn between, oh, these are the assumptions I had that academia could not just open up for me, but maybe that I could be some sort of conduit between myself and, let me rephrase. I think coming into the academy, I put a lot of stake in what research could do and what I thought it could do. And then I'm also kind of seeing the disillusionment with that, and also feeling like, oh, but like my work is really important and matters. And to what extent is it like useful, practical, helpful, XYZ? And so I've been thinking a lot about that. And one strand, since I'm in the midst of doing a lot of writing, is thinking of where I even just want my work to live. And not even just like like a journal, but even more so, I'm like, something that this Carla Shalaby, I had met with her a few months ago, had told me was that for her, writing is a conversation. And the purpose of writing is to be in conversation with other people who you want to be in conversation with. And that really resonated with me because she's like, I wrote a book and now we're talking. This is like it in action. And so when I think about the ideas that I have, or the uplifting the ideas of children or whoever, and thinking of where those ideas can live, it's important to me that it's living in a space that it's not only hopefully inviting a conversation with the people who I want to be in conversation with, but it's also like, if it's a journal, like, what are those other people kind of saying as well? Like, do I want to be associated with these other scholars? Because once you put your name out there and put your words out there, in the words of Jill Scott, like once you write it down, it's no longer yours. So thinking of like, these words and these ideas and these publications, for example, are archives. And when people are looking back, when my kids are looking back, I ain't got no kids, but like when my family's looking back, when generations to come are looking back and my name comes up, what ideas are those stamping at this particular time? So I'd say that's just like one strand of like a commitment that I'm making, is thinking of like where I want these particular words to live and with whom.
I think across my work in academic spaces and classrooms, my commitments to what and who have changed. I used to believe that if people worked hard enough, we could change institutions. I don't believe that anymore. I think we will save us. So my commitments are not into any institution. I don't want to change this institution. I want to make sure that my people are good. And so though I am here working towards, this degree, committed to my work, to my research, to the teachers I'm in community with, my biggest recommitment has been to community. Where in the past, I think I was very active on campus. I think I wanted to talk to those folks in power at certain, at institutions. I believe that if we organized, that would change the institution. And I think this moment has reified for me, reminded me that institutions don't change, but communities need to organize, and we need to put our energy into those communities to make sure that we are well, that we are fed, that we are housed, that we are safe. Because I think this moment is teaching me that, in a snap, Stanford can burn. Like it just won't be here anymore, but my community will be. So I think my commitments are to that, and making a lot of peace and acceptance that because of the nature of my work, I am committing to myself that I will be okay if this is not the place, if this place doesn't want my work here, if this place doesn't want me here, if this place doesn't want my peers here, I'm okay with letting it go. I'm not committed to, I want to finish. Don't get me wrong, I will be graduating. And I'm okay and have recommitted to community over making that commitment to an institution.
Yeah, I think for me, first and foremost, I think my commitment is to myself and my sticking with my intuition, because so much of my, like, even before this 10 years of being a practitioner, I feel like I gave so much where like there was nothing left for me to give. And I really resonate to the burnout of this work is hard, that you have to take it slowly. So for me, it's like commitment to myself and my mental health so that I can be good to support my communities. And outside of that is supporting Brown and Black communities around literacy and language specifically, because I think that really goes far when thinking about, like, they're banning books. They're banning books for a reason, right? Because by they, you know who I mean, they're really scared about intellectualism, right? That's where there's a move around anti-intellectualism, which is so pervasive, especially in the Latina community, in a specific gender as well. Thinking about who they voted for, like Latino men voting for Trump, I think is for me at least, I don't want to generalize, but a lot, over 50% voted for him. And I think it's a betrayal of, our people, but also white supremacy is pervasive, especially in the Latino community, because of the wide variety of colorism, but also if you're darker, you're perceived a specific way. If you're lighter, you're perceived a specific way, and you benefit from white supremacy, right? So think about that, where I look at a person that could potentially be an uncle, and like, I don't want to be that. Like, you betrayed us, in my opinion, by voting for him because of his ideologies. So I definitely don't want to do that. So my commitment is to uplift my people, brown and black communities, so that they're good and safe, but also, I also want to disseminate my work in ways where teachers, educators, community members can really access it, because research is very glacial. Being a teacher, I had a schedule for Monday through Friday. I was off probably around 5. I worked too hard, and got in at like 6 a.m. And it was like I had set rest times, but now I'm trying to connect with communities, and I find that like it just moves really slowly. So being okay with the glacial aspect of research, which I think I had to confront, but knowing that part of sticking with my commitments is being patient. Patience is a big one, because you can't really, I don't know, change things overnight. It's like these mini micro moments that are piled up that I think would shift things forward. So I really think about that, where I see examples of people that have, I don't know, really gone the other way, and then other examples where I really don't want to be that example to my community. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you all for sharing ways that you want to continue to show up for the community, and also for the thoughtful reflections that you're currently having and sharing with us today. For our next question, I want to ask, what advice would you give to folks wanting to show up and be more active in the community?
Just do it. Like, go show up. I think it can be that simple. One thing I'm thinking of is something I struggled with, and it's funny now, this is something academia did help me put words to this, is when I was an early career teacher, I was one of three Black teachers in a school where it was 99.999% Black. And it was interesting because I realized how much like I had internalized white supremacy in terms of my own teaching methods, not even just methods, but connecting with families. So I say this to say, for example, I remember how many parents and I were making connections in these particular ways. And whether it's like, showing up for them, providing them just different forms of support, and how that was so like, what's a good word? I guess vilified by my school. Like, it was like, this is so inappropriate. There's a line that needs to be drawn, and I'm like, oh my God, like I'm just doing, I gotta rein it back. And how confusing that was for so many families that were like, wait, I thought we were this, and now all of a sudden there's this huge gap and I don't understand why. And I say that to say that I'm like, oh, like I should have just kept showing up, because that all started when I showed up the way they were like asking, and the ways that I was offering. And it was like really hard to kind of just like pull that back. So I always remember that, and just think of like, oh, if you want to show up, then show up. And if it's unwelcome, then you need to sit with that. But like, who is it unwelcome to, and who's kind of dictating that? Because if the community members are asking for a particular type of support or presence in a way that you can offer authentically and meaningfully, then do it.
Let me reread the question. So, what advice would you give to folks wanting to show up and be more active during this time?
I think for me, my advisor always says this, and he's in a room, so it's a little awkward, but what are the commitments and communities that bring you into these spaces? And sticking with that, because an institution can quickly change you. And I've seen it in my 4th year where I have fellow colleagues where I'm like, oh, you seem so different your first year. Now you're like all about Stanford, which is very interesting. So I think for me at least, sticking with my morals and sticking with what I think is right for me and my community, because institutions will quickly change you. And by the time you're on the other side, you're like, whoa, I've changed. Like, because you're now looking down on us in this ivory tower, right? So that's how I see it, where stick with your morals, stick with your values. And I think you'll be okay, given that these institutions are very harmful. And they could do a number on you and you don't realize it. So I think it's just really being mindful of that. And yeah, it's really being mindful of that and just like sticking with who you are and not really diverging from that.
I thoroughly believe that the revolution will be joyous. And so my advice would be pick a struggle. They're all interconnected. You'll soon find out. But pick a struggle because there's so many. Do it in community and do something that you love doing. Like you and I have been to many a rally, and it is better when I'm doing it in community and I invite friends. Like going to an action by myself can feel scary. You know, am I safe? Am I doing the right thing? But when you're doing it in community, you have people who have your back. I also think doing something that you love, because a lot of people do not show up to rallies because that's not your thing. And before I used to be like, come on, we all got to show up. But there's so many different ways to do your part to show up for community. One thing that I'm doing right now, I am checking in with my wellness and I'm like, yep, I have to change the actions that I'm attending. And so I'm actually cooking for folks who are going to rallies. So my gym organized a bunch of people to cook meals for those going to rallies, showing up to actions, going to courthouses, doing all those things. And like, we're providing food. And so, and I love cooking. So I'm like, I found something that I love doing. I'm picking a struggle, which for me right now is like anything related to the liberation of Palestine. And so for all the organizers that are going out to the rallies, we have food prepared for them. And I'm doing that with folks in community because I'm not doing that by myself. So pick a struggle, find something that you love, and do it in community.
I'm going to add to that. I love that because I think volunteer work is just so fruitful. And I would do it a lot in college until I moved here. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. I want to help people, but I just don't know how. Moving to San Francisco recently, I'm like, it's amazing living off campus. There's real people, not like there's not real people here. You know what I mean? But I volunteer at this organization. It's like a Friday market, and they disseminate organic food to the people in San Francisco. And a lot of it is organic, and the food that they the farmers that they work with are Black farmers, and they grow this organic food. So it's like a really amazing to see these connections. So I think it's like, if you can't find it in like where you're living, like seek out other areas where you can volunteer, support others in community, because that really is fulfilling. Working at the market and supporting individuals from San Francisco and really seeing the amazing thing this organization does is really like as Stefania said, pick a struggle, and volunteering really is fruitful. Yeah.
Thank you all. For our last question, I want to ask you all, what are some possibilities that you imagine for a more just educational future?
I think I'll keep this one brief. Now I'm not thinking like tomorrow. I don't actually have a designated kind of future timeline that I'm thinking. But to me, I have I think, Jacqueline, you said something very similar to this, of like the stock that we put in school. And I think about the different ways that education lives outside of like, schoolhouse. And how do I say this? I guess I could just say it. I really don't believe in putting a lot of stock in schools, which is hard to say because I also know that the reality is that this is like the world we live in. And but the imagined future I have is where like these don't exist in the way that they do. The buildings aren't the way that they are. The stock that we put in them, even like things like Stanford wouldn't exist in the way that it was, where because there's like an inherent like elitism to it. Like we all know that we're at Stanford and it's great, we love, and that means something so hierarchical like wouldn't exist. So I think that just like the stock that we put on this particular way of what does it mean to be in education, what does it mean to be educated, wouldn't exist probably at all, but like in this particular way. And I think that if we listen to kids, we can glean so much. Something I just I'm like in the weeds of looking at my analysis for a project I'm doing where I interviewed different children who are kindergarten through second grade in Philadelphia, and asking them different ways in which they aligned with their teachers' values or they departed. And it was really interesting the ways that they departed from their teachers' logics, the ways that they said, you know, if a child is experiencing blank, they might just need a hug. They might just need this. They might just need a break. They might just need to go outside. They might need this. You know what I mean? Just like, and it's so I think that if we, instead of just making all these decisions for young people, and which, you know, all of us, I think to quote Stephanie, she has said this before, that like adults are just big kids. Like instead of kind of making all those decisions, like we can actually invert it and just listen to what young people, like the world that they wish to see and how that could dictate so many things for us.
This is a question that for a long time has like kept me up at night because I don't know. I came here to figure that out because I don't know. Like first and foremost, I think we need to listen to our stakeholders, which are children, and we don't in any other organization, in any other field. There's this understanding that you listen to the stakeholder to change your policies, to make, you know, your theory of change. Like we know that, except in schools, we literally do not listen to children, have chosen not to listen to teachers. And so I think that's a huge part of it. And then the other piece is I think we need, like fundamentally need to change our understanding, like what is the purpose of school? I think that understand, or that framing has changed. And I think we've departed from what I think, you know, our ancestors, like our parents, like wanted us to feel in school, which is to be welcomed, to be loved, to be held, to be supported, to learn, to imagine, to play, to self-actualize. And we've departed so far from that. So I think I don't have the answer of what do we do now, but I think it starts with like, what is the purpose of schooling? Why are we in schools? What is the purpose of education? Because I think we're focused too much on the outcomes. And so I'm hoping if we can, you know, backwards map for liberation, we can figure out the steps that we need to take to make schools equitable, to make, you know, children at the center. But I don't know yet. Got to give me some more time to figure that out.
Yeah, that's a hard question. Because I always think about the realities of the world we live in versus what's possible in the next 5 to 10 years. Like research. So when I came from academia, or so where I came as a teacher and was like here in this space, not to throw shade, but some people were like, yeah, my research is going to change the world. But I'm like, who's like, are teachers reading it? Are community members reading it? It's going to get you another publication, another number. That's amazing. But who is it really impacting? So I think about the knowledges and the abstract idea of knowledges, and how I'm using the theoretical framework of Haraway, where she talks about situated knowledges and how institutions, or the idea of knowledges, should be objectified, or objective, not objectified, objective, should be objective in the sense of like, who gets to decide what knowledges are? And then oftentimes schools decide what a good knowledge is, i.e. take the test, take the SBAC, and if you pass SBAC, that means you are a successful fourth grader or you've met the standards. But in realities, what knowledges are we having students produce in these spaces that are not probably going to be useful when they're older? Maybe. I think oftentimes about how we need to be teaching children how to think critically, because if we don't, then they're going to buy into these like fallacies that media shares, right? It now more than ever, fake news is so prevalent that we have to teach individuals how to think, especially children, given that I was an elementary school teacher. And even through my own experience as a teacher or as a student, it was a lot of rote memorization. And there was a lot of memorizing. And even when I was a teacher, but I think similar to what my colleagues were saying, that like teaching, especially children how to think, I think that's revolutionary, because now curriculum, from my experience, has been very, I don't know, you focus on memories or standards, and these standards are very like specific to what they have to learn, but yet we're not teaching them like tangible skills like financial literacy or things that could be useful for their livelihood when they get older. So I say all that to say that, I don't know, maybe we need to critique the knowledges that we deem as like knowledges, and we need to think about these situated knowledges based off of the context that we're in, based off of these bigger ideas and what institutions really deem as the be all end all kind of thing. I don't know. I always think about, now I'm going on a tangent, but I think overall, maybe it's more about like the white supremacy and like disrupting that and what that looks like. And I also had a random thought where I'm like, white people need to travel more. That's what I had. That's the thought I had. Why? Because oftentimes they're the ones making the rules. And if you travel and gather a little bit of empathy, I think the world would be a better place, given the mass shooters. Oftentimes, it's a similar archetype of an individual. Travel, get out and see the world. I don't know. That's the simple answer. People need to travel more and gain empathy of how other people live. That's what I think. And maybe we'll think about teaching others in a different way.
Thank you all for your thoughtful responses. And I'd like to open it up to the audience and see if anyone has any questions for our panelists today. Really nice job and good seeing some of you. I just had a practical question. So I was thinking about both your expertise, being in classrooms and then also now in the scholarly academic space. And I'm curious if there are things that you found, like, as we talk about the connection between like practice and theory or being on the ground application of the work, are there things that you think about either both when you were in front of students in classrooms and then also now on this side of the academy that you think are most impactful or helpful, like directly for students and directly for teachers when collaborating with folks in the academy? So for example, to the point of how do we get more youth voices informing our work and maybe our solutions. So maybe one idea is YPAR, right? So making sure that we apply things. So I don't want to share my thoughts. I'm just curious to get your thoughts about things, particularly because you've been in both spaces where you say, hey, for those of us in the room, are we thinking about these things in ways that our work can be most beneficial to young people and most beneficial to schools or community members from either spaces that you've been in? Thank you. That's a great question. I think one of the greatest resources that we do not utilize is time. I think the academy has a lot of money and a lot of possibility. And I've also been working with like research practice partnerships with school districts. And you think that's it. We have an institution partnering with a district. However, there is the struggle is that there is this belief that true community, a mutual beneficial relationship, a loving, caring relationship happens at the snap of a finger. And so I'm in this research practice partnership where Stanford's timeline of if this is viable, if this is going to work, you need to publish research within
3 years. And I know you may think, oh, 3 years is a lot of time. But if you've ever been in a school, it's not. It's just not. And so I think I don't think institutions or academia are really holding on to how much time, how much care it takes to build an authentic relationship with teachers and with students, because it is, publish or perish, and get this out. And we've given you all this money, and you have to prove that giving you this money was, supporting learning outcomes for students. And I get that, but that requires time, because who I was, year 1 in teaching versus year 11, or who I was as a first year doc student versus a third year doc student is very different. So I think the biggest thing, and I've seen this now on being on the academic side, like even when you're writing a grant proposal, you have to put in a timeline. And you can't say, unless you're doing this like longitudinal, like you have to say like within a year, this is what's going to happen. And a year it's so fast. And for this to be authentic, I think we need more time, because my experience in this research practice partnership with a district is I was going to this middle school once a week because that's all I had capacity for. And being there once a week, I struggled for the 4 months I was going to the school to have a teacher talk to me. And it's because I'm an outsider and they have a million things to do and they don't trust me, which they have every right not to. And with time, I started developing relationships with teachers where they would want me, sure, come into my classroom, let alone the conversation of holding focus groups and, taking notes. Like it just takes time. And I think it's super important to honor that good work takes a lot of time, especially when it's community engaged. And I'm no expert. So if someone in the audience also wants to like jump in and give your insight to this question, please do.
Mine is probably really specific to my area of interest, but also my area of interest, I argue, is like applicable to everyone in the world, because it has to do with the ways in which we think about, who's deserving of good, who's deserving of bad. How do we define good and bad? And what does that mean when we show up in a classroom, in a learning space? I think about power and morality, really essential overall. And so I think to your case, Dr. Salim, things that I saw, one of the questions that Nayeli actually asked us was like, is this based on your own like experience, And my research comes from both being on the receiving end as like a young Black girl with a disability being perceived in a particular way, and getting particular treatment that now I can name as carceral, and seeing my niece and nephew, who are one of the only Black kids in their classes, who also have certain labels associated with them being criminalized. I'm thinking about the ways in which when I was a teacher, how as much as I said, I want to be the teacher that I always wish I had, I was still criminalizing students. You know what I mean? So I think it's very real for me. And there were so many things that practically could have been done given that we live in like a carceral state. And so I think so much of, I'm sure everyone's familiar on like implicit bias, whatever, but like, I think that teachers, when something is like comes to life for them, and we there are patterns that we don't always see and that we don't always know are there, but then once we name it, we kind of have a responsibility to decide what to do with that. And so I think for me, there were so many times where it's like, oh snap, I'm seeing the pattern and I'm still choosing not to break it, because that would mean that my ego has to be in check. You know what I mean? So I think that now I'm thinking about like academically, how much that's related to what Foucault is saying, what all these people who talk about power and carcerality being down to the like, how are you thinking of this person and what they're deserving of? And I think that there's a lot of practical implications that can happen in the classroom with that. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think currently still trying to figure that out, because I try to approach my research with a humanizing approach, but it's so hard when you're in a new space and you're trying to build community with teachers and you're trying to be genuine, and they like they don't pay you any attention because you're an outsider. And that's been really frustrating, because I'm from LA. A lot of my connections are in LA and Newark. That trying to build new connections in San Francisco has been really difficult, because they're busy. Teachers are busy. They're not going to pay attention to you in ways that you would like, because they have 30 kids in front of them. They have to make sure that they read at the end of the year. So that's urgent. Like my request is an urgent. So I think possibly what I'm thinking about is, I guess the first thing that came to mind was also like what you were mentioning, time and building those relationships, because when you want to genuinely build something, it takes time, but also it's very difficult to do when, I don't know, your values don't align, or sometimes you meet people and you're like, oh, maybe we're just not a good fit, or we are a good fit. Like there's, I don't know, unnamed things that are often attributed to research that are not really concretized in ways that I think could be. Right, there's humanizing research, but there's also like, how do we stop like labeling participants as like participants, and maybe there are collaborators or something minuscule like that, I think could have an influence. But I don't know, if you have a answer, that would be great. YPAR is great. I like YPAR, but it adds, I don't know, so many layers to that. But I don't know, what are your thoughts?
Sure. Is there any last minute burning question?
Hey y'all, thank you for that brilliant panel. Like everything you said, I'm like, yes, yes. I'm just so hopeful for the future. I think it's so valuable that at this stage in your academic career, you're already thinking about the centrality of relationships and being with communities and in communities, and how you're disseminating your research through public scholarship and not just a peer-reviewed academic research article. You know, Jacqueline, thinking about your question, I named my participants as research partners to center their expertise in my work. And actually, yeah, like they also, like the girls I'm working with in Houston, I told them to write this experience in their CVs and name themselves as co-researchers. And you know, with like Stanford, it's a big name, you know, so that would be really very helpful for them in their college applications. Yeah, but despite that, I'm looking forward to so many conversations with all of you moving forward. But one burning question is, you know, I think someone brought up earlier about, you know, their elder white professors not knowing their struggles as DACA recipients. You probably have professors that surround you here and also in just academic settings who are career academics, right? They can say the big words and big theories and big methodologies, but they don't think about they don't humanize the people that they're actually working with. So my question for you all is, you know, as you're writing your dissertation or your perspectives and potentially going to academia or not going to academia, what's something that you want to change and focus on as the younger generation in academia?
Are you saying, to clarify, are you asking, you know, for our future selves when we are, you know, academics, professors, scholars, what's something we want to change within the academy? Yeah, I got it.
That's a different, yeah.
I think you have to burn it down. Yes, I think one of my biggest critiques, or just, yeah, no, I'll just call it a critique. Coming to a school of education, how the lack of pedagogy.
Speak on it.
All the research that comes out of this place about the way people learn, on adult learning, on pedagogy, on literacy, there's so much brilliant research. None of it is applied in the classrooms.
Y'all can't teach.
It is painful to watch. And I know that I'm like a trained educator, but it's this idea that I will stand up here and stand and deliver. I literally will profess. That's what people do. And I'm like, that's not how people learn. And so I hope, well, not I hope, I know that if I'm ever in front of a classroom, I'm bringing in all the pedagogy, all of the research, all of the best practices that I know to support learning. And from the definition that learning is co-constructed and reciprocal, I'm not the expert. I don't care how many degrees are in my bio. Like, I am a lifelong learner. And so I think the big thing is, especially within a school of education, especially when we're researching about learning and teaching and students, is to really think about how people learn and how knowledge is constructed. So for me, the thing that I would light the match to first is this idea that we research in isolation, we are behind laptops all day, we print a thing and it gets published, and that's knowledge production. I think that is no other culture or community holds that definition of learning. But then when it comes here, it's just, these ivory towers and these gates of, what is considered learning and teaching. And it's just making that connection. If we're researching it, like, why aren't we using it in these classes?
And I do want to shout out, for example, like Dr. Salim, you said like, oh, I wasn't a formal teacher, but she knows how to facilitate. So I think that there are ways, and like one thing that I'll use I statements, when I first took RILE, which was one of my very first classes, was with you. And I felt like you remembered that there were teachers in the room. You know what I mean? It felt like you were like, oh yeah, I know that maybe I don't have the same skill sets in terms of like this particular teaching degree, but I'm remembering of what expertise is in the room, and then there's space for that. So it felt very much like we had a lot of autonomy over how we wanted to share ideas and present our materials. So I do think that it's not to say that everyone here has to have been a formal teacher, and like, you could still facilitate. So I'm with you on that. Briefly, what I'll say is that I think a practical kind of snapping of the fingers is just, which is tricky in this kind of, again, there's hierarchies everywhere we go, is like, feels like there's like an exploitative nature between maybe PhD students and advisor relationships at times, you know what I mean? And so I think it's important to remember that like, we're adults and, and so it's like, and again, we come with expertise, and like, how can we uplift graduate students who are early in their careers and honor their expertise, and also like give them credit for the work they're doing, paying them really well. And I'm not just speaking at Stanford, I'm talking it generally, because I also know we have a great package compared to many people, but it's like pay students for their labor, like honor their workload, honor their contract. So I think that just like in very practical ways, we can like decrease exploitation of like the exploitative nature that can arise between like an advisor and an advisee. Yeah.
I'll go quickly because I think we're running out of time, but I'll think about the academies and the fact that like when you read an article and it literally is not in simple English, or just it's complex because you want it to be, and because academies honors that, I think is really interesting. So I guess I would say, if you had to communicate and conduct research, and like you're communicating in like you're communicating a complex topic, and you can't explain it to like a 5-year-old or a high schooler or a child, to me doesn't show expertise, because expertise is when you can simplify it to various audiences. But if you only write for one audience, and that's the academics, I think I don't know, make it simpler for everybody to access. But welcome to Stanford, by the way, and thank you for the question. It was great. Yeah. Beautiful. I hope it's better than Texas. A little bit.
Yeah. Let's give our
Thank you,
panelists
appreciate it.
one more round of applause. And so thank you all for being here with us today. As we close, we invite you not just to carry the insights shared here, but to reflect deeply on how they resonate in your own lives, commitments, and work. And we hope that today's conversation continues to inspire you and builds upon your own wisdom. So thank you again for showing up and being part of this important and necessary work.
Thank you so much. Can we have another round of applause for our presenters? Thank you so much. I know there's some people still, the diehard folks still online. So thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for those who are still here in person. All of you have given us a lot to think about, all of our presenters today. Can we have a round of applause for all of the presenters, virtual and in person today? Thanks so much. I won't repeat what I've heard or learned, but I've learned a lot. I've tried to listen. I've been taking notes. It's been a really thought-provoking day. So thank you all for that. We have more. There's another day tomorrow. We'll keep this conversation going, and we'll pivot towards a focus on policy and practice in the current moment. We have another amazing lineup tomorrow, including an amazing panel of local Bay Area educators, Amica Guillaume, Ana Aviles, Ana Vasudeo and Joanna Ho will be here in person. Dr. Maisha Wynn will be here in conversation with two of our amazing RILE doctoral students, Ms. Banasir and Beth Bass, about her brand new book, Futuring Black Lives. Former Deputy Secretary of the Department of Education and Director of the Office of English Language Acquisition during the Biden-Harris administration, Montserrat Garibay, will join us remotely for a hybrid dialogue with our esteemed former colleague, Dr. Kenji Hakuda, Emeritus Professor here at Stanford. And the two of them will talk to each other and us about the past, present, and future of English learner education. And we'll also be joined in person by tomorrow's keynote speaker, Dr. Patrick Kamangyan, whose lecture is titled From Coping to Hoping, Teaching to Thrive Through Social Trauma. It's going to be another amazing day, a fantastic session, same time, same place, here in this room and in this Zoom room from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We'll have light breakfast again in the morning and then lunch from Jackie's place, Soul Food, San Jose. Please come back, bring a friend, spread the word. Please connect with our RILE doctoral students and let's keep this conversation going. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Thanks again, and we'll look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning. Thank you. Thank you all.